Welcome back guys, we are back with another story on, what if Bella has an abusive mom? Before that, more than 50% of our viewers haven't subscribed our channel yet. So do it now, we are just 50 subscribers close from 1000 subscribers, so let's get started on story. Come on you useless waste of space. You are going to miss your flight and I'm not looking after you a single day more. Renee stormed into her room, grabbing her by the hair and dragging her out to the car. She knew better than to say anything and just got in the car so her There could drive her to the airport and out of her life for good. You should be grateful that I'm sending you to your father and not just kicking you out. You are such an ungrateful, no good brat. Renee continued her rant, but after years of emotional abuse she learned to tune her out. She was so lost in thought she didn't realize they arrived at the airport until her mother slapped her on the back of her head. Get out. And I never want to see or hear from you again. Renee pushed her out of the car and sped away. She didn't have any luggage, except a small bag with her ticket, and a small amount of money she managed to hide from her mother. Renee refused to let her take any of her clothes or stuff, stating she didn't deserve it. Feeling lost and abandoned she walked into the airport to await the departure of her flight. Not even noticing the people staring at her in shock and pity. When her flight was called, she walked almost in a daze through the gate and onto the plane. Sitting down she turned to stare out of the window. Thinking back over the last 17 years she didn't know if moving to Forks would be a good thing or a bad thing. Renee was always telling her she was a useless, pathetic waste of space. Always putting her down. Because of Renee she never had any friends, she couldn't interact with others and the kids at school learned early on to just leave her alone. Over the years she felt so alone. Believing that she didn't deserve anything better. She only noticed that they landed when the flight attendant tapped her on the shoulder drawing her attention to the almost empty plane. She quickly got her bag and walked of the plane feeling nervous all of a sudden. She didn't know what to expect from her father. She took a couple of deep breaths to steady her nerves. Before she started looking for a man she hasn't seen in years. Finally spotting him she felt relief. He had a huge smile on his face, clearly happy to see her. Bells. He hugged her tightly and she hugged him back awkwardly. Not used to affection of any sort. Hi Dad, she greeted him timidly. If he noticed he didn't say anything, just started guiding her toward the baggage claim. Which bags are yours? He asked. I don't have any, she looked down, not wanting him to see the tears in her eyes. What do you mean you don't have any? He asked confused. Mom wouldn't let me bring anything, she whispered. Her dad stared at her shocked and confused. Seeing her almost in tears he decided to not make a scene in the airport and talk to her when they got home. Oh baby, don't worry. We will get everything you need before we go home. You probably didn't have any Forks appropriate clothes anyway. She felt grateful that he didn't say anything more and walked with him toward his car. Neither of them liked shopping but this was a necessity. Will you be able to get everything from Walmart or where should we go? Her dad asked hesitantly. Sure, Dad. I don't need much, she answered softly. She wasn't used to being asked what she wanted or where she wanted to go. She was used to getting by on the bare necessities, always being told she didn't deserve more. She felt lost and scared. Her father is already doing so much more for her than she was used to. When they got to the nearest Walmart her dad turned to her and said, Now baby girl, I want you to get everything you need. Get enough clothes for at least 2 weeks and any bath and feminine products you need. And don't worry about the cost. My baby girl deserves the best. Listening to her father she burst into tears. She didn't believe everything he was doing for her. Giving him a tight hug she said, Thank you, Dad. This means so much to me. Charlie knew then that whatever Renee did to Bella was far worse than he believed at first. It's not natural to be so thankful for the everyday things you need to survive. Charlie got out and went to help Bella out of the car. He then grabbed one of the big baskets. Let's start with the clothes first and then we can get anything else. Sure Dad, that sounds fine. He led her to the clothing side and watched her go through the clothes and picks a couple of things. Bella, you are going to need more than that. And here is a nice warm jacket. But Dad, Charlie held up his hand. Either you get more clothes or I will pick for you. Seeing her father's serious face she went to pick a couple of more outfits and some more shoes. When her father nodded in approval she smiled. "Thank you, Daddy." "No problem, baby." When she wasn't looking he put a pair of sneakers and a nice pair of flat-heeled boots in as well. Then they walked to the aisle with the bathroom products. "Baby, I want you to get at least 2 of everything you need and make sure to get everything. I'm just going to look at something over there." "Okay, Dad." She looked at all the products in confusion before smelling each until she found a strawberry-scented shampoo that she liked. She also got the conditioner and body lotion along with everything else she would need. Charlie, remembering how much she liked to read, went and got her a couple of books before joining her again. "All done?" he asked, while looking over the things she got before nodding in approval. "Yes, Dad," Bella answered shyly. They walked to the checkout and the cashier started ringing everything up. Bella gasped when she saw the total, and when she wanted to protest her father just shook his head. They carried all the bags to the car and put them in the trunk. "I don't know how to thank you, Daddy," she said with tears in her eyes. "No need for thanks, baby girl. I will take care of you. I love you." Charlie took her into his arms and just held her until she stopped crying. They got into the car and started on their way home. Feeling he couldn't wait until they got home, her father hesitantly asked, "Bella, why didn't your mom send any of your things with you?" Dad, I don't know if I should tell you." "Bella, I promise you can tell me anything. I won't get mad at you." She hesitated, but decided he had a right to know seeing as he just had to buy her everything new. "She said that I didn't deserve anything. She said I was useless and that until I could prove my worth, that I won't get anything from her. And according to her I couldn't prove to be more than a waste. She sent me to live with you." She started sobbing. She said that she never wanted to see or hear from me again because I was just a no-good waste of space. Bella was full on crying now, and her father pulled of the road and took her in his arms. He couldn't believe what she just told him, but he knew he couldn't show how angry he was. "Baby, you are not a no-good waste of space. You are the best thing that ever happened in my life. And I am really happy to have you here with me. Don't worry about that no-good mother of yours. I promise from now on I will be taking care of you. I love you, Bells." When she calmed down, he pulled back onto the road and spent the rest of the way home thinking about how he never realized that his baby girl had been emotionally abused for all these years. When they got home she saw a red truck parked in the driveway and her heart sank. She wasn't ready to face anyone just yet, and she hoped her father would understand if she went up to her room to unpack. Charlie, seeing her reaction and guessing the reason, immediately went to reassure her. "I hope you like it. I bought it off Billy as a homecoming gift for you." "Oh Dad, I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. I love it." She got out of the car and walked over to the truck to inspect it. She walked around the truck and took in everything before running towards her father and giving him a hug. "Thank you so much for everything." "No problem, baby girl. I told you I will take care of you. But let's get your things inside and you can unpack and get settled in." They got all the shopping bags out of the car and he led her into the house. It wasn't anything fancy, but she liked it immediately. Going up the stairs, her father took her into her room and put the bags down on the bed, which was covered in a beautiful purple comforter. "I hope you like it." The lady at the store said purple was a good color for a girl, her father said a bit awkwardly. "Oh Dad, it's perfect." "Well, I'm glad you like it. The bathroom is the first door down the hall and my bedroom is on the right. I'll leave you to get settled. You want pizza for dinner?" "Sure, Dad." When her father walked down the stairs, she sank down on the floor and started sobbing. She couldn't believe how kind her father was being. Her mother always told her she was just in the way, but her father seemed so happy to have her there. When she calmed down, she got up and started unpacking her bags. She found some books and extra shoes that she knew she didn't pick in the store, and she loved her father even more for it. She got all the bathroom products and a clean change of clothes and went to take a shower. By the time she finished, her father called up to say the pizza has arrived, and she realized exactly how hungry she was. She went downstairs and fixed herself a plate and got a glass of water. "Dad, would you mind if I cooked dinner from tomorrow? And I can clean up a bit as well if you want." "That would be fine, Bells, but I don't want you to feel like you need to do anything around here. But if you want to cook, we should probably get some groceries." "That's fine. I can go after school tomorrow." And I want to take care of you just like you were taking care of me. She said with a smile. Then it's fine with me, Bells. Well Dad, I going to bed. It was a long day. Good night. Night Bells. Love you. She went upstairs and got into bed falling asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. The next morning she woke up to her blaring alarm clock. She got up, took a quick shower and got dressed for the day. She packed everything she would need for school into her bag and went downstairs to grab some breakfast. Her father was sitting at the table with a cup of coffee and the newspaper. Morning Dad. Morning Bells, how did you sleep? Better than expected, thank you Dad. Are you ready for today? Her father asked concerned. I am a bit nervous, but the sooner I get it over with the better, she said, nervously chewing on her bottom lip. Well I'm off to work. If you need anything don't hesitate to call. And try and enjoy your day. Okay, Dad. Bye. She watched him drive off before picking up her bag, locking the door and getting into her truck. Luckily the school wasn't hard to find. When she parked her truck she could almost feel everyone staring at her and she felt really self-conscious. She got out and started walking toward the office, trying to ignore all the stares and the whispers. Apparently a new student is a big source of gossip in a small place like Forks. When she got to the office she saw a lady working on the computer. Apparently she didn't hear Bella enter the office. Excuse me, Bella said shyly. Well hello there. You must be Isabella Swan, the lady said in an energetic voice. Yes ma'am, I'm Mrs. Cope. If ever you need anything you come to me. Here is your schedule and a map of the school, also you need to get all your teachers to sign this slip and return it at the end of the day. I hope you enjoy it here. Thank you, Bella said awkwardly. Looking over her schedule she groaned when she saw she had gym 6th hour. She was never good at sports and always managed to get hurt or to hurt somebody. With that thought she started walking to her English class. Thankfully none of the students had approached her so far. She wouldn't know what to say or how to act if someone wanted to be friends. Walking into the English class she headed to the teacher's desk. Excuse me, sir. I am Bella Swan and I am new. Mrs. Cope said you needed to sign this, she said nervously and handed the note to the teacher. Bella. Welcome to Forks High. Here are your books and you can sit right over there. He handed her the books and slip and showed her to an empty desk. Bella went to sit down trying to ignore all the stares from the other students. Sitting in her appointed desk, she glanced shyly at the guy sitting next to her. He smiled at her before looking at her in confusion but quickly recovered when she looked away blushing. Hello. I'm Mike. You must be Chief Swan's daughter. Blushing and stuttering she answered. Yeah, I'm Bella. She turned back to the front paying attention to the teacher. Mike, not used to being dismissed so easily, tried again. So how do you like Forks? She looked at him confused. It's fine, I guess. She looked forward again, not understanding why this Mike guy kept on pushing when she clearly didn't want to talk to him. Well, if you need anything, or don't know where your next class is, I would be happy to help you out, Mike said. Thanks. Finally Kay gave up trying to get the attention of the hot new girl. The next couple of hours passed in much the same way. There was always someone trying to get her attention or prying for gossip. She just kept to herself and gave short answers. She wasn't used to so much attention and she didn't know how to handle it. Finally the bell for lunch rang. She went through the line to get something to eat and when she turned to look for a place to sit, every single student was watching her to see where she was going to sit. Feeling uncomfortable she sat down at the only empty table in the cafeteria. When he sat down the whole student body gasped and watched in anticipation of what was going to happen. She sat at the table not paying attention to the other students. Suddenly someone cleared their throat right next to her. Startled she looked up, only to see 5 of the most beautiful people standing next to the table. Feeling intimidated and self-conscious she asked, "Can I help you?" "This is our table," the beautiful blonde girl said with a sneer. Bella, used to getting that look from her mother, got up. I'm sorry. I didn't know," she said before rushing out of the cafeteria in tears. Every single person in the cafeteria watched her as she stormed out before the whispers started up again. Bella rushed into the bathroom trying to stop the tears. She thought she could try and start over in Forks. But the blonde girl just proved again that she was just in the way. She should have known better than to hope that maybe her mother was wrong. Hearing footsteps coming closer, she quickly moved into one of the stalls. She didn't want anyone to see her crying. The bathroom door opened and a musical voice asked, "Bella, are you okay?" Shocked that anyone came after her, she quickly composed herself before replying. "Yeah, I'm fine." The girl with the musical voice said, "I'm sorry for the way my sister treated you in the cafeteria. She is PMSing. It's fine," Bella replied. "Bella, can you please come out of the stall so that I can introduce myself?" Shocked that this girl is apologizing to her and now wants to introduce herself, Bella quickly composed herself and exited the stall. She was amazed at the tiny pixie-like girl she saw in front of her. "Hey Bella, I'm Alice, and I would very much like to be your friend." Bella stood speechless for a couple of seconds before asking, "You want to be my friend?" "Yeah, I mean if you want to," Alice replied softly. Bella couldn't believe that someone actually wanted to be her friend. "I would like that very much. I've never had a friend before," Bella replied shyly. Alice looked shocked. "You've never had a friend before? Well, it doesn't matter, from now on I am your friend," Alice said enthusiastically after getting over her initial shock. "Come on, Bella, we need to get to class." "I have French next, what do you have?" Alice asked. I have biology," Bella replied softly. She still couldn't believe that she finally made a friend. "Well, come on. I'll show you where the biology lab is before I go to my class," Alice said. "Thank you," Bella replied with a smile. Bella entered the biology lab, noticing the only empty seat was next to one of the boys that were with Alice in the cafeteria. She went to the teacher and gave him the slip he needed to sign. "Bella, welcome to Forks High. Please take a seat next to Mr. Cullen," the teacher said. Bella took the seat, but didn't say anything to the boy. She was too scared that he would find her unworthy of his attention like the blonde girl in their group did. As she was settled, he turned towards her and said, "Hi, I'm Edward. I'm sorry for how my sister treated you in the cafeteria." "It's fine. Alice already apologized," Bella replied, shocked yet aggy. And that one of these extremely beautiful kids would even talk to her. She turned to the front to pay attention to the lesson and ignored the looks she got from the other students. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Finally it was last period and she had gym. She knew nothing good was going to come out of her clumsiness. Luckily, since it was her first day and she didn't have the correct uniform, the gym teacher let her sit out. When the final bell rang, she was surprised to find Alice waiting outside the gym. "Hey Bella, I was wondering if I can come home with you. That way we can get to know each other better," Alice asked in her chipper way. Bella was still a little unsure about Alice's intentions, but decided that she would give it a shot. She really would like to have a friend. "Sure Alice. But I have to go to the store before I go home. Do you want to ride with me or do you want to meet me at my house?" Bella asked nervously. "I'll ride with you," Alice replied quickly. All the kids watched shocked as Alice got in Bella's truck with her. "Why are all the kids staring at us?" Bella asked, embarrassed. "Well, they are just jealous, because I didn't want to be friends with any of them," Alice replied. "Why don't you want to be friends with any of them? They are all better than me," Bella said, shocked, only realizing what she said when Alice looked at her shocked. "Why on earth would you think they are better than you?" Alice asked softly. "Because it's true," Bella replied, close to tears. "No, it's not. You are a very beautiful and very special girl," Alice told Bella in a firm voice. Bella, not believing her, kept quiet. Alice realized then that her new friend was emotionally broken and it's going to take a lot to get Bella to see that she is worth it. She decided then and there that she is going to get her whole family to help heal this broken girl, because she knew Bella was special, even if no one else knew exactly how special. The drive to the grocery store was filled with Alice's chatter over fashion, which Bella knew nothing about. Alice, I don't know anything about fashion," Bella said shyly. "Don't worry. I will teach you everything that you need to know," Alice replied enthusiastically. Okay," Bella said, still scared that this was some kind of joke. When they arrived at the grocery store, they got out of the truck and Bella grabbed a basket. Slowly she started making her way through the unfamiliar store, with Alice beside her chatting her ears off. When she felt she got everything she needed for the week, she directed Alice to the checkout. With bags in hand they made their way back to the truck. Alice, will you be staying for dinner? Bella asked hesitantly. No, but thank you for asking, Alice replied. My parents are all for family dinners. So I'll need to head home by 6. Oh, that's nice. Bella replied wistfully. She didn't have a single memory of a family dinner. She was too small when Renee left Charlie, and with her just being in Renee's way. They never shared a meal. Alice, sensing Bella's changing mood, quickly changed the subject. So, how do you like forks? She asked Bella. It's fine, I guess. I am still getting used to all the clouds and rain. Bella said. But living with Charlie is making up for that. Soon they reached Bella's house and Alice helped her unload the groceries. Carrying it into the kit. Chen and unpacking, Bella asked, do you want something to eat or drink, Alice? Alice, realizing it would look funny if she refused again, said, just some water, thank you. Bella went over to the fridge and got 2 bottles of water. Handing one to Alice. I have to start on dinner for Charlie, but you can sit here and we can talk, if you want. Sure, Bella. So what is your favorite color? What do you like to do in your spare time? Will you go shopping with me this weekend? Alice fired off questions. Slow down, Alice. Bella giggled and then looked at Alice shocked. She can't remember when the last time was she laughed. And now she actually giggled. Well, my favorite color is blue and I love to read when I get the chance. As for shopping, I don't need anything. Me and Charlie went shopping yesterday. Bella said. Please, Bella. Alice asked with puppy dog eyes, which Bella found hard to ignore. You don't need to buy anything. You can just look around and we can spend some time together. Alice said pleadingly. Okay, but I'll need to ask Charlie first. Bella said. Just then they heard a car pull up and a little while later Charlie came in. Hi Dad. Bella greeted him happily. Hey baby. And who is this? Her dad asked, confused but happy. Bella has never had a friend and he was glad that she seemed to be making friends. Hi Chief Swan. I'm Alice Cullen. Alice said before Bella could answer her dad. Well, hello Alice. I am glad to see that Bella is making friends, Charlie said happily. And please call me Charlie. Thank you, Charlie. Can Bella sleep over at our place on Friday and go shopping with me on Saturday? Alice asked excitedly. Sure, if that is what she wants to do, Charlie said surprised. He was not used to seeing any of the Cullen kids socialize. Oh thank you, Daddy. Bella said happily. Charlie just smiled, just happy that his baby girl is happy. Well, I have to get home for dinner. It was nice meeting you, Charlie. And I'll see you tomorrow, Bella. Alice said in her energetic way. You too, Alice, Charlie replied. Won't you need a ride home? Bella asked, confused. No thank you. I believe Edward is here to pick me up, Alice said. Bella walked Alice to the door. And when she opened it, there was Edward waiting in a shiny silver Volvo. Well, see you tomorrow, Alice. Bye Bella, Alice chirped before skipping down the porch steps and getting into the car. Bella went back into the kitchen and started dishing up dinner. Charlie was watching her with a smile on his face. Maybe his baby will get a new beginning after all. Edward and Alice were out hunting when Alice was hit with a vision of a brown-eyed, brunette girl starting at school the following day. It was a short vision and at first neither she nor Edward understood why she would get a vision of the new human girl. Usually she only got visions pertaining to the family. Just then she was hit with another vision of the same girl, but now she was a vampire and it seemed she was Jasper's mate. But it seemed to be some time before the vision of the girl as a vampire would come to pass. We can't tell Jasper yet. He needs to find out for himself. And the girl is still blurry in my visions, Alice told Edward. Edward, who could read minds and has seen the visions for himself, replied. I agree, but there is something about the girl. I can't put my finger on what exactly, but something is wrong. Yes, I sensed it too, Alice said, replaying the vision in her head to try and figure out what was wrong. Edward gasped in shock. Her eyes, they are filled with so much hurt and insecurity. What happened to this poor girl? I don't know, but we have to help her, Alice said. I'm going to be her friend, she said, happy with the idea of having a friend, yet sad too. See such a beautiful girl in so much pain. I'll help in any way I can, Edward replied, full of compassion for the girl who will someday be his new sister. They finished their hunt and headed home to get ready for school. When they arrived, Jasper sensed a change in their emotions. He wasn't used to Edward being so filled with compassion or Alice being happy and sad at the same time. He asked Edward, rode silently, "What is going on with your emotions?" Edward just shook his head and headed to his room for a shower. Alice, already finished with her shower, laid out some clothes for Edward. "Thank you, love." Edward saw Ed kissing her softly before jumping in the shower. Using his vampire speed to shower and dress, he was finished just as Emmett yelled, "Come on Eddie, we don't want to be late." Edward growled at the nickname but made his way downstairs and everyone got into their cars and headed to school. It's going to be an interesting day, Edward thought to himself. They arrived a couple of minutes before the bell rang and just stood by their cars talking when they heard the sound of a noisy truck pulling up. They watched, along with the rest of the students, as a rusted red truck pulled up. And a brunette girl got out and started walking to the office, not paying attention to anyone. Jasper was slammed with all the girl's emotions and he stumbled, almost falling to his knees. How can a human girl feel so much pain, insecurity, worthlessness and abandonment and still be able to function, he gasped. Just then the bell rang and they walked to their classes, the girl forgotten for the moment. The day dragged by for them. They have been to school so many times that they knew the work by heart. They didn't even need to pay attention, but they had to play the part so that no one got suspicious of their true nature. When the bell for lunch rang, they met up outside the cafeteria before walking in as a family. Shocked to see the new girl sitting at their table and not with the other students. "What the hell?" Emmett said excitedly. They walked over toward their table and Rosalie cleared her throat. "Can I help you?" the girl asked, startled. "This is our table," Rosalie said with a sneer. I'm sorry. I didn't know," the girl said before rushing off in tears. Jasper, feeling all the pain, abandonment and worthlessness the girl felt at Rosalie's actions, felt sorry for the girl and he felt like he needed to help her. "Did you have to be such a bitch to her? She is new and couldn't have known that this table was taken," he almost shouted at Rosalie. "Well, excuse me if I scared her. But it's better if she doesn't get the idea we would welcome strangers into our group," Rosalie said, furious that Jasper would talk to her like that. "You have no idea what you made that poor girl feel, do you?" Jasper yelled angrily. "No, I don't. And why should I care?" Rosalie yelled back. "I already told all of you what she felt this morning, and your words and actions now just made her feel even more worthless," Jasper said angrily. He got so angry at Rosalie that he projected all the hurt, worthlessness, abandonment and insecurity the girl felt onto her. "That is what you made her feel with your harsh actions. She felt like she deserved to be treated that way. She felt that she didn't deserve to have friends or to be treated with decency. You made her feel like she wasn't worth the time of day," Jasper said softly yet angrily. He felt the need to help and protect this girl and he couldn't understand why. He has always kept his distance from humans. Rosalie almost fell to her knees. But Emmett kept her standing. She couldn't believe a human girl felt that strongly, but she still thought it was better that they stay away from the humans. Jasper turned to go after the girl, to apologize. When Alice grabbed his arm and said, "I'll go. She is in the bathroom and you won't be able to do anything." "Thank you, Alice," Jasper said, feeling like he couldn't be in Rosalie's presence after what she just made Bella feel. He turned and walked out of the cafeteria. Alice turned and walked slowly after the girl. She couldn't help but feel excited. She was finally going to meet and befriend her new sister. When she approached the girls' bathroom, she could hear Bella sniffing. She purposefully made her footsteps a little louder so Bella wouldn't be frightened if she just barged in. She heard Bella move into one of the stalls just before she opened the door. "Bella, are you okay?" Alice asked softly. "Yeah, I'm fine," came Bella's shocked reply. "I'm sorry for way my sister treated you in the cafeteria. She is PMSing," Alice said, trying to make Bella feel better. "It's fine," Bella replied shortly. Alice could sense Bella didn't believe her, but she pushed on. "Bella, can you please come out of the stall so that I can introduce myself?" Alice could almost feel the shock radiate from Bella and she waited patiently until Bella composed herself and came out of the stall. "Hi, I'm Alice. And I would like to be your friend." Alice could see the shock on Bella's face. "You want to be my friend?" "Yeah, I mean if you want to," Alice said hesitantly, not wanting to push Bella away. I would like that very much. I've never had a friend before, came Bella's shy reply. Alice was shocked when Bella said she never had a friend before. You've never had a friend before. Well, it doesn't matter. From now on I am your friend. Alice said excitedly. Before things could get awkward, the bell rang and Alice said, "Come on, Bella. We need to get to class. I have French next, what do you have?" I have biology, Bella replied, still in shock. Well, come on, I'll show you where the biology lab is before I go to my class, Alice said. Thank you, Bella replied with a smile. Jasper, who followed Alice, heard everything Bella said and he felt the shock she felt over Alice following her and wanting to be her friend. He couldn't understand why he wanted to protect Bella and made sure that she was happy, yet he vowed to himself to do everything in his power to make sure that Bella was never hurt again. When he sensed Alice and Bella was going to exit the bathroom, he quickly moved around the corner so they wouldn't see that he was eavesdropping. Alice walked with Bella to the biology lab, knowing that Edward would take over from there. When Edward saw Bella enter the class, he felt glad that the only empty seat was next to him. That way he could get to know the girl and maybe even read her mind to find out what happened to her. As soon as Bella was settled, Edward turned to her and said, "Hi, I'm Edward. I'm sorry for how my sister treated you in the cafeteria." "It's fine." Alice already apologized. He sensed the shock in Bella's reply, but it seems he couldn't read her mind at all. Edward was shocked. It has never happened before. He composed himself quickly and watched the girl out of the corner of his eye for the rest of the period. It was as obvious to him how socially awkward Bella was. At the end of the day, Alice told him that she was going home with Bella and that he should pick her up at 6. He watched as Alice got into the car with Bella before turning to his family. Rosalie was fuming. She couldn't believe that Alice and Edward approached a human and her thoughts were screaming at Edward for an explanation. Emmett was excited to meet Bella. He already thought of her as a little sister and Jasper was still confused about why he felt so protective over the human girl. "I'm going to go for a hunt. I'll meet you at home, yeah," Spur said, still angry at Rosalie and needing the hunt to get himself under control. They got into their cars and headed home, not wanting to cause a scene in front of the humans. When they got home, Sally ran into her room at vampire speed and slammed the door. "Oh my, what has her in such a foul mood?" Esme asked. "There is a new girl at school. Alice befriended her after Rose was a total bitch to her and Rose can't stand it." Edward sighed with a sigh. "Well, I'm sure Alice knows what she is doing. She has never steered the family wrong before, and if she befriended a human, I'm sure there is a good reason why." Carlyle, always keeping the peace, said from where he sat on the couch. "Yeah," Edward sighed, not giving out any information. "If you will excuse me, I have to go and pick Alice up," he said before heading out. Though it was still too early to pick Alice up, he felt the need to get away from Rosalie's screaming thoughts. Edward drove around thinking about how they were going to help his new sister until it was time to pick up Alice. The next day Bella woke up to a blaring alarm clock, but for the first time in a long time she didn't mind. She felt hope that things will get better from now on. She made a friend, something she never had before. She looked out the window to see the sun shining and it made her happy, for she felt it was a sign of good things to come. As she was getting ready for her day, she hummed a happy tune. She rushed down the stairs to grab some breakfast before she left for school. "Morning, Dad," she greeted her father happily. "Morning, Bells," Charlie greeted back, happy to see a smile on his daughter's face and knowing it was there because of the pixie-like girl. Bella smiled at him before grabbing a bowl of cereal and a glass of orange juice. She chatted excitedly about the coming weekend, which she was going to spend with Alice. Charlie just listened, smiling. His only wish for his daughter was to see her happy, and it seems that this new friendship is doing her a world of good. "Well, I have to get to the station. I'll see you tonight," Charlie said. "Okay, Dad. Enjoy your day," Bella said, still smiling. "You too, kiddo," Charlie said, walking out the door. Bella finished her breakfast and washed her dishes before she grabbed her bag, locked the door and headed to school with a smile on her face and a song in her heart. When she got to school, she looked around, trying to find Alice. Not seeing her, Bella thought she already headed to her first class. Bella got out of her truck and headed to class, not wanting to be late. Just as she walked Ket into the corridor leading to her first class. A couple of girls walked past her and one of them bumped into her. "Hey freak, look where you are going." The one shouted at Bella while the other was laughing. I'm sorry. Bella mumbled looking down. She felt hurt and worthless all over again. The hope she felt when she got up was shattered. Bella used her hair as a curtain to hide her tears while hurrying towards her first class, the girls laughing at her as she went. She got to her first class, and got out her books, but her attention wasn't on the work the teacher was explaining. Her emotions were all over the place and she felt like she was being smothered. It was like she was back at her mother's all over again. She could hear her mother telling her she was useless, pathetic and a waste of space. She tried her best not to cry in class and she barely managed it. The first couple of periods went by in a blur. She couldn't remember what any of her lessons were about. When the lunch bell rang, she walked to the cafeteria, not knowing what to expect. She hasn't seen any of the Cullens yet. She was standing in the row to buy her lunch when the same girls from the morning started shouting at her. "Hey freak show, are you lost? Hey you worthless, cry baby, what are you doing here? You think you are too good for us now that you are hanging out with Alice Cullen, but you are nothing." The girls shouted insult after insult at her until finally Bella ran out of the cafeteria crying. She just couldn't face them again, so she got in her truck and drove home. She was crying so hard she could barely see the road. But after a while she made it home safely. She got out of her truck and stumbled to the door. She had trouble unlocking the door because she couldn't see the lock, but finally she got it open. She stumbled up the stairs and fell on her bed crying. She felt completely worthless. She felt like she was just in everybody's way and thought that maybe it would be better if she just died. She was crying so hard she didn't hear the screech of tires or her father calling her name frantically. Charlie came into her room and saw her lying on the bed in a ball crying. He rushed over to her and pulled her into his arms and cooed to her until she calmed down a little. "Oh baby, what happened? The school called to say you rushed away in tears," Charlie asked concerned. The kids were making fun of me. They said that I am freak show and that I am worth nothing, she stuttered out between sobs. Charlie saw red. How could anyone be so cruel, after very thing his baby has already been through? Who were these kids? I am going to file a complaint against them, he asked Bella angrily. Why, you can't Dad. That will just make it worse, Bella said. Charlie, seeing reason, asked, and where were your new friend when all of this happened? I don't no, Dad. I haven't seen her at all today, Bella stammered out between sobs. I am so sorry, baby. Charlie said, not knowing what to do to help her. It's not your fault, Dad. I just have to get used to it and find a way to deal with it, Bella said dejectedly. Charlie felt completely helpless. He silently cursed Renee for breaking his baby girl so completely, and he knew it was going to be a long road to build her up again. Let me just call the station to tell them I won't be in or the rest of the day, and then me and you can do something. Charlie said. Okay, Daddy, Bella said in a small voice. Why don't you think of something you want to do, while I call the station? Charlie asked, trying to get her to think of something else. Okay, Bella replied. While Charlie went downstairs to make his call, Bella tried to think of something they could do. She wasn't really in the mood to do anything. But she didn't want to disappoint him. After he phoned the station, Charlie decided to phone Carlisle and talk to him about the situation at school. When Carlisle answered, he as appalled by what Charlie told him, and assured Charlie that the Cullen kids had nothing to do with what the kids said to Bella and that they were in fact all home with a cold, but he assured Charlie that they would look out for Bella in the future and protect her from those cruel and insensitive remarks. Charlie felt relieved that Bella's new friend knew nothing about what happened but would be there for Bella in the future. So what do you want to do, Bells? Charlie asked, coming back up the stairs. How about you take me fishing? You always talk about your fishing spots, but you've never taken me, Bella asked softly. Charlie beamed at Bella's suggestion. That sounds awesome, Bells. Seeing Charlie's smile, Bella knew she made the right decision. Giving Charlie a small smile, Bella asked, should I pack a picnic lunch? Yeah, that would be great, Charlie replied. While you do that, I'm just going to get changed quickly. Okay, Dad, Bella said, getting up and heading down the stairs. She made a couple of sandwiches and packed some soda for her and a few beers for Charlie. Are you all set? Charlie asked, coming down the stairs. All set, Bella replied, feeling a little bit better about getting out of the house and spending some time with her dad. Charlie loaded all his fishing gear and the picnic lunch into the back of Bella's truck before they both got in. Charlie drove as he knew where they were going. The drive was silent, but it wasn't uncomfortable, both just enjoying the scenery and each other's presence. Bella knew her father enjoyed having her with him, and tea made her feel better and almost forgetting what happened that morning. When they arrived at Charlie's fishing spot, Bella helped him unload the truck, before spreading a blanket for them to sit on. Turning to Charlie, she said shyly, I don't know anything about fishing, so you'll have to teach me. Charlie just smiled at her before showing her what to do. Bella, who thought she would be grossed out at putting a worm on the hook, found she quite enjoyed the peace that came with fishing. Neither said much the whole afternoon, but Charlie could see that Bella felt better and he felt good in the decision to spend the afternoon with her. After a couple of hours, and only catching a handful of fish, they started packing up. When they got home and had everything put away, Bella went to her dad, gave him a hug and said, Thank you, Daddy. I really enjoyed fishing with you. I enjoyed it too, Bella. We should do it more often, Charlie said while hugging her back. Bella just smiled before wishing her father good night and heading to bed. Charlie woke up knowing that Bella didn't sleep well and that the Cullen kids were out of school with a cold. He told her that she could stay home and rest if she wanted, and Bella gladly accepted and went back to bed. Charlie got ready for work with a heavy heart. He didn't like to see his baby so hurt and depressed. On the way to the station, he passed by the hospital when he decided to stop in and talk to Carlisle. Seeing as Bella was friends with Alice, he thought it would be a good thing to explain to Carlisle the emotional abuse Renee had put Bella through. Getting out of his car, he walked into the hospital with a heavy heart. At the reception desk, he didn't waste any time with pleasantries and immediately asked to see Carlisle. Carlisle, surprised that Charlie was at the hospital to see him, rushed to the reception desk. Good morning, Chief Swan. What brings you to the hospital so early in the morning? Morning, Carlisle. Is there somewhere that we can talk in private? Charlie asked. Sure, Chief. We can talk in my office, Carlisle said, concerned, and led Charlie to his office. When they got to his office, Carlisle closed the door behind Charlie and showed him to a seat. How can I help you, Chief Swan? Carlisle asked, concerned. Please call me Charlie. And I thought since our kids are becoming friends that I should just inform you of Bella's background, Charlie said sadly. Does she have some medical issue that I need to know about? Carlisle asked, completely confused. According to the Cullen kids, Bella looked completely normal and healthy. No, it's nothing like that. I only found out recently that Bella has been emotionally abused by her mother for years. Renee told Bella that she was nothing but a useless, pathetic waste of space. She told Bella that she never wanted to hear from her or see her ever again. She didn't allow Bella any personal items unless she earned it, and she wouldn't allow Bella to bring anything with her when she moved here. She made Bella feel completely worthless. That is why Bella took what the kids at school said so hard, Charlie said bitterly. Carlisle was shocked to hear this, but he could see the pain, anger and determination in Charlie's eyes. Oh Charlie, that is just horrible. But I assure you I will talk to my family and we will make sure that we will do a very thing we can to help build Bella up to be a strong and beautiful young lady. Charlie sighed in relief. Thank you, Carlisle. It means a lot to me. Bella is going to need a lot of love and support to get through this, and I think having a friend is just what she needs. It's no problem at all, Charlie. And if there is ever anything we can do for you or Bella, please don't hesitate to ask, Carlisle said, full of compassion for this man who obviously cares deeply for his daughter. I will be sure to do that, thank you. When will your kids be back at school? I gave Bella permission to stay home today so she doesn't have to face those brats alone, Charlie asked. They should be back tomorrow, but I will get Alice to phone Bella tonight. And I think it was a good idea to keep Bella at home today, Carlisle said. That will be good. Well, I have to get back to the station. Thank you for your time and your understanding, Carlisle, Charlie said, feeling better after talking to Carlisle and getting his understanding and support. Anytime, Charlie. Let me walk you out. Carlisle said, getting up and opening the door for Charlie. They walked in silence until they got to the reception area. Goodbye, Carlisle. Goodbye, Charlie. Carlisle walked back to his office deep in thought. He has lived a long time and seen a lot of things working at the different hospitals, but he still can't understand how a mother can abuse her child in any way. The day went by in a blur, and before he knew it, he was headed home. He knew he was going to have to call a family meeting to inform them of what Charles I.e. told him, and that they would have to be careful in how they handled the Bella situation so they didn't cause her any more harm. When Carlisle got home, the family was waiting for him at the dining table. They only used it for family meetings as they don't eat. He knew Alice must have seen his intent to call a family meeting, but he didn't know if she saw what it was about and if she informed the others or not. I saw you wanted to call a family meeting, but I don't know what it is about. Alice answered his unspoken question. How very odd, he thought to himself, and he saw Edward nodding at this thought. Well, I wanted to call a family meeting to talk to you about Bella Swan. Carlisle said hesitantly, knowing how Rosalie reacted on Bella's first day at school. The family looked at him with confusion written on their faces. Not understanding why Carlisle would want to talk about her or what he could even know about her, seeing as she only moved to Forks a couple of days ago. Seeing his family's confusion, Carlisle continued, Charlie phoned me last night to tell me the kids were making fun of her and he wanted to know if you knew anything or were taking part in it. I assured him that you didn't have anything to do with it as you were all home with a cold. Everyone gasped in shock. They knew Bella was extremely shy, but they didn't think it was so bad that the kids would actually make fun of her. They all felt sorry for the girl, even Rosalie, though she wouldn't admit it out loud at that moment. Charlie also came to see me at the hospital today. He told me that he found out recently that Bella's mom has been emotionally abusing her for years. She made Bella feel completely worthless. She told Bella that Bella was a useless, pathetic waste of space. She wouldn't allow Bella to have any personal things unless she earned it, and she told Bella that she didn't earn anything. She kicked Bella out of her house and told Bella that she never wanted to see her or hear from her ever again. She sent Bella her to Charlie's with just the clothes on her back. Carlisle said, the anger he felt coming through in his voice. Rosalie jumped up completely enraged. How can any mother treat her own child that way? She doesn't even deserve to be called a mother. Wait till I get my hands on her. She is going to wish she was never born. Everyone, except Emmett, looked at Rosalie with shock clear on their faces. Just 2 days ago she was a complete bitch to Bella, and now she wanted to go and kill Bella's mother. Calm down, baby. Bella is away from that bitch now. Let's concentrate on how we can help Bella, Emmett said, wrapping his arms around Rosalie. Emmett didn't need to be a mind reader to know what is going through his mate's head. He knew how badly she wanted a child of her own, and the thought of any mother abusing her child in any way was just unacceptable to her. And he knew getting her to focus on helping Bella will keep her from going after Renee and doing something she will regret in the future. Calming down a little in her mate's arms, Rosalie said, "You're right, baby. She is going to need a lot of love and reassurance to get over it. Especially after being abused for so long. And we will help her," Emmett said softly, finally realizing why Bella reacted the way she did in the cafeteria when she was such a bitch. Rosalie started sobbing with guilt. That's why she reacted so badly in the cafeteria the other day. "Oh, baby, there isn't any way you could have known," Emmett cooed to her. "Rosalie, Emmett is right. You couldn't have known. Just apologize to her and show her that you want to be her friend," Carlisle said, hating to see his strongest daughter shattered by her own actions. He understood why Rosalie acts that way towards humans, but in this case it did more harm than good. The others couldn't believe their eyes. The ever-bitchy Rosalie feeling guilty about how she treated a mere human. Jasper was so angry he couldn't control his emotions and accidentally projected his rage. He ran out the door and into the forest to try and get himself under control. He stayed in the forest for a couple of hours hunting and ripping trees apart. Yet he could not understand why he was so angry at what this girl had been through. He never bothered with humans before because of his lack of control. Even though he didn't have a slip in 20 years, he didn't want to take a chance with this human who was obviously special to his family. Alice and Edward, who were juniors with Bella, silently agreed that they would be looking out for her and keep the kids at school in check. They knew as long as they were near Bella the other kids would keep their distance. Should I change our schedules that we share the same classes as Bella? Edward asked. Yes, I think that would be a good idea. That way you can keep an eye on Bella and the other kids would keep their distance, Carlisle said, mirroring Alice's and Edward's thoughts. Edward stood up and went to hack into the school to change both his and Alice's schedules. Alice, I told Charlie that you would call Bella tonight to confirm if you will be in school tomorrow or not. Maybe you can even arrange with her to pick her up for school from now on. Carlisle said. Sure thing, Carlisle. Alice said before racing upstairs to phone Bella. Well, I believe I need to go grocery shopping tomorrow. It seems we will have a human family member, Esme said, always being a mother hen. Carlisle watched his family with pride. You would have thought they would all come together like this to help one small human girl. Bella woke up dreading school, but she knew she couldn't stay at home forever. She got up and got ready for the day as if she was on death row and it was her last day alive. She knew Alice would be at school, but she was still unsure as to why a beautiful girl as Alice would want to be friends with her. For so long she believed she didn't deserve a friend, and it was hard for her to think differently now. She slowly trudged down the stairs, and being too nervous to have breakfast she just grabbed some juice. Charlie watched her with sadness in his eyes. Morning, Dad, Bella said softly. She knew it hurt Charlie to see her this way, but she didn't know how to be different. Morning, baby. Aren't you having breakfast? Charlie asked softly. I don't think I can eat now, Dad. I am nervous about today. What if those kids make fun of me again? Bella said, her voice filled with pain. Oh baby, I'm sure Alice will sort them out if they start. Charlie said. He felt helpless, and that angered him. Bella didn't answer him, but she gave him a small smile. Just then there was a knock on the door and Bella went to see who it was. She saw Alice standing there with a huge grin on her face, jumping up and down in excitement. Morning, Bella. Are you ready for our shopping trip and our sleepover? Alice asked in her hyper way. Oh shit, I completely forgot about it. Let me go and pack a bag quickly. Bella said guiltily. Don't worry about it, Bella. We can just get a pair of pajamas and a change of clothes when we go shopping, and we have spare toothbrushes and anything else you might need at home. Alice said, not missing a beat. She understood with everything that happened that Bella would forget about their outing. Okay. If you are sure. Bella said, feeling bad that she forgot and wanting to make it up to Alice. Yeah, it's really not a big deal, Bella. Alice said, smiling. In that moment she wished she could strangle everyone that has ever hurt Bella. Okay. Let me just remind my dad and say goodbye to him. Bella said, turning to go back into the kitchen with Alice trailing behind her. Morning, Charlie. Alice said. Morning, Alice. Come to kidnap my daughter. Charlie said with a smile. He already liked Alice. Alice giggled. Yes, Charlie. We are going to have so much fun this weekend. And Carlisle said that you don't have to worry about anything. And that you have his number if you need it. Thank you, Alice. Charlie said, conveying everything he felt into that simple sentence. Alice, understanding what he meant, just nodded her head and smiled happily. Okay then. Bye, Dad. I'll see you on Sunday. Bella said, feeling slightly awkward. Bye, kiddo. Have fun. Charlie said, giving her a hug. Bella just smiled a small smile and got her school bag before leading Alice out of the door and getting in the car. Bella, I just want you to know that me and Edward changed our schedule so that we share your classes. That way we can protect you from those horrible kids at school. Alice said hesitantly. She didn't know how Bella would handle it. You did that for me? Bella asked, shocked. Yeah, that is what friends do for each other. Alice said sadly. Thank you, Alice. That means a lot to me. Bella said softly, but Alice could hear the tears in her voice, but she knew it was of gratitude this time. Alice smiled at Bella. Now let us forget about those jealous brats. I can promise you that as long as you stick with us, they won't bother you at all. Bella gave Alice a grateful smile and they started chatting about their plans for the weekend all the way to school. When they arrived at the school and got out of the car, Bella was grabbed up in a hug. Bella was shocked. No one except her dad has ever hugged her. She couldn't see who it was that hugged her, but hesitantly she hugged the person back. Bella, I just wanted to say how terribly sorry I am for my harsh words of the other day. I had a bad day and I took it out on you. Please forgive me, the beautiful blonde girl said softly. Bella was completely confused. Why would this beauty apologize to her? She just couldn't understand it. Rosalie, seeing the confusion on Bella's face, felt her heart breaking for this poor girl, and she knew she had to help her heal. Please, Bella. No one deserves to be treated the way that I treated you, and I am truly sorry. Belle sensed that she meant the apology and smiled a small smile. I forgive you. I don't know your name. Rosalie smiled gratefully. Thank you so much. I am Rosalie, and if you want, I would like to be your friend as well. Sure. Rosalie. I would like that. Bella said, looking down. Rosalie lifted Bella's chin and said, don't ever look down. You are a beautiful girl and you deserve everything your heart desires. Rosalie spoke with such passion that Bella felt hope blossom in her heart. If this beautiful girl believes she deserved the world, then maybe it's true. Bella gave Rosalie a breathtaking smile. Thank you, Rosalie. Family calls me Rose. Rosalie said, smiling kindly. Just then the bell rang and they started walking towards their first classes. All the students were standing slack-jawed at seeing Rosalie, the Ice Queen, actually talking to someone outside the Cullen group. Rosalie sneered at them and they quickly scurried away to their own classes. The morning went by without any problems. Though Bella could hear the other kids whisper behind her back. Although she knew the whispers were about her, she couldn't hear what they were saying, so she chose to ignore it and keep her head high like Rosalie said. When the lunch bell rang, Bella got nervous. She didn't know what to expect, but Alice took her by the arm and led her to the cafeteria. Come on, Bella. You can sit with us today. Alice said, knowing exactly why Bella hesitated. When they got to the cafeteria, she started leading Bella toward their table. Edward will get your lunch. Bella allowed Alice to lead her to their table, and true to her word, a couple of minutes later Edward brought her a tray with juice, a sandwich and an apple. This looked the most appetizing, but if you want something else I can go back, Edward sighed. No, this is perfect. Thank you, Bella said, blushing. She wasn't used to anyone taking care of her. Edward smiled, happy that he could do something to help Bella and make her feel special. No problem, Bella, he said. So little lady, I hear you are coming to visit the Mansion of Awesomeness. Emmett said, trying to get Bella to smile. Bella giggled, she cool. Didn't believe she felt intimidated by the giant the first time she saw him. Yeah, I guess I am, Bella said, still smiling. Emmett, feeling good that he got a giggle, said, awesome, we are going to have so much fun. Bella felt good. Thank you. Alice, realizing that Bella only knew her, Edward and Rosalie's names, slapped herself on the forehead. How rude of me, let me introduce you. The big teddy bear is Emmett and this is Jasper. Bella blushed, not used to being the center of attention, and gave Emmett a small smile. She then turned to Jasper and gasped. When Bella looked at Jasper, she gasped. He had seen Jasper before but didn't really pay attention, but now that she was actually looking at him, she found him to be the most beautiful man she has ever laid her eyes on. And when she looked into his eyes, it felt like an electrical surge went through her. She noticed that although his eyes were golden, like the rest of his family, that it was more amber. It was a strange eye color, but one she found she could get lost in. And when he smiled at her, she felt her heart skip a beat. Jasper also felt the electricity surge through him, and he immediately knew that this wonderful, yet broken, girl was his mate, and he couldn't have been happier. He understood then why he was so angry when he first felt her emotions. He understood why he snapped at Rose when she chased Bella away on her first day of school. And he understood why he was so angry when he heard what her mother did to her. Recovering first, Jasper said, "Hello, Bella. It's an honor to meet you." Bella blushed, but found that she liked the way he spoke. His voice was soft and sweet. Hi, Jasper. It's nice to meet you too. Bella said shyly. Jasper could feel Bella's emotions and knew that she felt the spark and that she liked him. But he knew that he would have to take things extremely slow. He had to help her heal before he could even think of pursuing a relationship with her. Alice and Edward smiled at each other, knowing what just happened between Bella and Jasper. Rosalie, fast to catch on, felt ecstatic that her brother has finally found his mate, but she also felt apprehensive because of Bella's emotional state. She planned to have a chat with Jasper as soon as she could. Though she trusted him, she felt the need to convey to him that she would crush him if he pushed Bella or hurt her in any way. Emmett, completely oblivious as to what is happening under his nose, was chatting away about what he planned for Bella to do over the weekend. When the bell rang to announce the end of lunch, Jasper got up and pulled out Bella's chair for her so that she could get up easily. "Would you mind if I walked you to your next class, Bella?" Jasper asked hesitantly. Bella blushed. Sure, Jasper," she said shyly. She couldn't understand why, but she felt special when Jasper was being nice to her. Jasper just smiled and offered his arm to Bella, which she took, blushing redder than ever. They walked toward the biology lab slowly, neither wanting the moment to end. "I will see you later, Bella," Jasper said when they reached the lab. "Thank you for walking with me." "I will see you later," Bella said shyly, a light blush covering her face. Bella walked into the biology lab with a dreamy expression on her face. She couldn't believe she was friends with 5 of the most beautiful people she has ever seen. And that Jasper was paying her any attention. Jasper made it to his class just in time, but he couldn't pay attention. His thoughts were stuck on Bella. Hearing her giggle, seeing her smile and blush was driving him crazy. He knew he would do anything to make her happy, to see her giggle and smile like that again. The rest of the day passed in a daze. Neither Jasper nor Bella could concentrate on their lessons. Although Jasper knew and understood the reason for it, Bella did not. She knew she liked Jasper, but she felt that he was too good for her. She decided to ignore any feelings that she may be developing for him and just treat him as she did the others. That way there is a lesser chance of her being hurt when he realized that she wasn't good enough for him. When the last bell rang, Alice rushed Bella out of the building and towards the car talking 100 miles per hour about their shopping trip. Alice was so excited she didn't even notice that Bella was not paying attention. Until she asked Bella where she wanted to go first and Bella did not answer. She immediately got worried that something happened, but then she realized that one of them has been with Bella the whole day. Shaking Bella lightly to catch her attention, Alice asked, "Bella, what's wrong?" Bella, coming out of her thoughts with Alice's shaking, replied sadly, "Nothing." "Come on, Bella, don't lie to me," Alice said sternly. Bella didn't know if she should trust Alice with her fears, but Alice just looked at her with a raised brow, so Bella gave in. "It's just, I think I like Jasper, but a guy like him would never be interested in someone like me." "Oh, Bella, of course he would. Why would you think he wouldn't be interested?" Alice asked softly, but inside she was fuming. I don't deserve a guy like him. I'm not good enough for him," Bella said between sobs. Alice pulled to the side of the road and took Bella into her arms. "Of course you are good enough for him. You are a beautiful and intelligent girl. Don't let what your mother did to you get you down. Prove your mother wrong by being happy," Alice said passionately. Bella calmed down a little more with every word Alice spoke. But she still felt a little depressed. "I don't know how," she said sniffling. "Don't worry about it, Bella. We will work on it and we will prove to you that you are worth it. Every person deserves to be happy. And if Jasper is the one where your happiness lies, then you go after him with everything you have," Alice said smiling. Bella smiled a small smile. "Thank you, Alice, but don't think I should pursue a relationship right now. Maybe not now, but when you are ready you give it everything you've got," Alice said. "Now let's forget all these glum thoughts and concentrate on having fun. First we are going to a salon and you are going to get a total makeover." Bella didn't reply, she just smiled at Alice, trusting that the little pixie knew what she was doing. Finally arriving at the mall, Alice led Bella into the beauty salon. She told the attendant that she wanted a complete makeover for Bella. The attendant showed Bella to a chair and told her the stylist would be with her shortly. Bella was feeling nervous, she has never been to a salon and didn't know what to expect and what the stylist would do. When the stylist came in, the attendant told her that Bella wanted a makeover. The stylist came over to Bella and looked her over before starting to get to work without a word. Bella grew more nervous as more and more of her hair was cut off, and then the stylist began to put something in her hair and wrap it up in tin foil. Finally, when the stylist was done with everything, she turned Bella toward the mirror and Bella gasped at the image in front of her. IR was layered and she had red highlights. Bella thought she looked amazing and she couldn't thank the stylist enough. Alice paid and they left to do some shopping. Alice dragged Bella from the one store to the next. But as she promised, she only got Bella a pair of pajamas and a couple of changes of clothes for the weekend. Bella couldn't believe it, but she was actually having fun, for the first time in a very long time. Finally, finished with everything, they headed to the Cullen house. Bella started to get nervous again, because she hasn't met the Cullen parents yet and she wasn't used to eating strange people and she has never had a sleepover before. When they pulled up the Cullen drive, Bella couldn't believe her eyes. This wasn't a house, it was a mansion. Alice, sensing Bella's surprise, giggled. When you have to share a house with a family as big as mine, space becomes very important. Bella blushed. Yeah, I guess I can understand the need for space with 5 kids. Getting out of the car, all the boys came out to help them carry all the shopping bags into the house. They all gave Bella a hug before grabbing the bags and heading inside. Alice took Bella by the arm and led her inside as well. Esme and Carlisle welcomed Bella at the front door. Hello, you must be Bella. Welcome to our home, Esme said with a soft smile. Yes, Bella, welcome. Make yourself at home, and if you need anything don't hesitate to ask. Carlisle said kindly. Bella blushed, but she felt welcomed. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Cullen. You have a lovely home. Thank you, dear, but please, I am Esme and this is Carlisle. There is no need for all the formalities. Esme said, already loving this shy, emotionally broken girl. Thank you, Esme, Carlisle. Bella said shyly, though she could sense they meant what they said. So did you enjoy your shopping trip? Esme asked while leading Bella deeper into the house. Bella smiled brightly. Yes, I enjoyed it very much, though I am tired and a little hungry. I thought you would be hungry. We ordered pizza and saved some for you, but I am sorry to say that we have already eaten as the boys couldn't wait any longer. Esme said kindly. Oh, that is fine. Thank you, Esme. Bella replied hastily to reassure Esme that she didn't mind eating alone. Bella fixed herself a plate after Esme showed her where everything was kept and went to sit down at the dining table. Jasper came and sat across from her. Your hair looks very pretty. I like what you have done with it, Jasper said. Bella blushed. Thank you, Jasper. Jasper sat with Bella while she ate. And when she was done he showed her to her room, feeling how tired she was. Thank you, Jasper. I'll see you tomorrow, Bella said tiredly. Good night, Bella. Sweet dreams, Jasper replied before turning toward his own bedroom. Bella quickly showered and put on her new, fuzzy pajamas before crawling into bed, falling asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. She had a smile on her face and dreams about Jasper filled her slumber. While Bella was sleeping, everyone except Esme took the opportunity to go hunting. Esme, knowing that Bella was coming for a sleepover, opted to hunt that morning so he could stay with Bella while she was sleeping. Rose saw her opportunity to talk to Jasper, so she followed him. Jasper, sensing Rose following him, slowed down so she could catch up. Jazz, can I talk to you quickly? Rose asked. Sure. Rose. What's up? Jasper asked, feeling a firm determination in Rose's emotions. I know you realized today that Bella is your mate, but she is emotionally damaged. And needs to heal before you pursue any sort of relationship with her. If you hurt her or push her before she is ready, I will personally end you. Rose said fiercely. Jasper was surprised that Rose didn't object to him having a human mate. But he did understand why she felt the need to talk to him. Both he and Rose know what it is like to be emotionally scarred. I promise, Rose, that I am not planning to pursue a relationship at this time. And I never plan to hurt her, Jasper said. Rose looked him in the eyes and when she was satisfied that he meant every word he said, turned away to hunt. Jasper, feeling relieved to have Rose's approval, went to hunt quickly. He felt the pull towards his mate, and although he couldn't do anything about it at the moment, he still felt the need to return to the house as soon as possible. He took down 2 deer and buried the bodies before rushing back home. He felt the pull ease up the closer he got to the house, and when he arrived he checked in with Esme. Everything okay? Esme smiled and said, I think she's been dreaming about you. I heard her mumble your name a couple of times, but she hasn't woken up. Jasper felt his heart soar and he didn't keep the grin off his face as he went up to shower. He spent the rest of the night lying across his bed trying to read, but found his thoughts drifting to Bella more often than not. When he heard her heart rate and breathing start to increase, he got up and headed downstairs, knowing she would be up soon. He asked Esme if she would help him prepare breakfast for Bella, as she was waking up and Dee would probably be hungry by the time she finished her morning ritual. After about half an hour, Bella came downstairs, and followed the wonderful smell to the kitchen. Surprised to find Jasper and Esme in the kitchen, she stammered, "Gee, good morning." "Morning, dear. Breakfast is almost ready. Why don't you sit here while Jasper and I finish up quickly?" Esme said with her kind smile. "Morning, Bella," Jasper said, putting some juice and coffee in front of Bella so she could choose what she wanted to drink. Bella blushed, but it felt nice being taken care of in this way. "It smells wonderful. Thank you," she said, smiling. Just then she realized how quiet the house was. "Where is everyone else?" she asked. "Carlisle got called into the hospital for an emergency, and the other kids said so. Messing about getting snacks and DVDs in town," Esme replied. "Oh, okay," Bella said. She wasn't used to how things worked in big families, as she was an only child, and she guessed that it was a normal occurrence for the Cullen household. When Esme put a plate in front of Bella and she took the first bite, she moaned at the taste. "This is really good, thank you," she said, looking at Jasper and Esme. "Aren't you two going to eat?" "We already ate, Bella. When we heard the shower in your room turn on, we made some for you, because cold food is never appealing," Jasper said, smiling. Bella didn't see anything wrong with that explanation, so she concentrated on her food, and soon she ate everything. As she went to wash her plate, Esme took it from her and shooed her and Jasper out of the kitchen. Jasper led Bella into the living room and sat on the couch next to her. "So Bella, what do you like to do in your spare time?" he asked. "I love to read, but I didn't get to read much while I lived with my mom," Bella said. Just the thought of her mom brought all the feelings of worthlessness back. "Come on, I want to show you something," Jasper said, wanting to cheer her up without using his power on her. He led her upstairs and into his personal library. Bella gasped when she saw all the books, and she walked deeper into the room and started perusing the titles. She found a lot of the books were about the Civil War. But she saw some of her favorites and even some books she hasn't read yet. "Wow," was all she could say. Jasper, feeling her amazement, said, "This is my personal library, and why? Oh, you are more than welcome to borrow any books that you want to read." Bella looked at him, her eyes wide with excitement. "Really?" she asked. "Really," Jasper said with a smile. "Oh, thank you, thank you." Bella rushed over to him and hugged him and kissed his cheek. "You are very welcome, Bella," Jasper said with a dreamy look in his eyes. His mate hugged him and kissed him on the cheek without being pushed. When Bella realized what she just did, she blushed a deep red, and dropped her arms, looking at the ground. She felt very uncomfortable at her own actions. Jasper lifted her chin and looked into her eyes, saying, "You don't need to feel bad, Bella. I really didn't mind that you hugged me or kissed me on the cheek." To prove his point, he bent down and very gently kissed Bella on the cheek as well. Bella blushed, but she couldn't help the huge smile that spread over her face. Maybe Alice was right and Jasper was interested in her, she thought happily. Just then they heard a car pull up into the driveway. "I guess the others are back from town," Jasper said. He held out his arm for Bella, and when she took it, he led her back down the stairs. When they got downstairs, everyone was happy to see Bella up and smiling. They took turns to hug her and ask her how she slept. "We got some snacks and DVDs for tonight so you can get caught up with all the latest movies. Emmett wants to teach you all about playing video games. Me and Rose wants to teach you all about makeup and all things girly, and Edward want to teach you to play a song on the piano," Alice said excitedly. "Wow, all this for me?" Bella asked, feeling overwhelmed. "Of course, Bella. You are a part of our family now, and we want to help you find the things you like, and we thought we would start with things that we like," Alice said, smiling brightly. "Thank you. This means so much to me," Bella said, close to tears. "So what do you want to do first?" everyone asked at the same time. Wow. Bella thought over all her options. "The piano lesson," she said, getting excited over everything they planned for her. Edward smiled and led her over to the piano. "Don't worry, I will start with something simple, and if you Like it, I will gladly give you more in-depth lessons, he said, happy that Bella chose piano first. That sounds fair, Bella said, smiling brightly. Edward spent the next couple of hours teaching Bella a simple song. He was very patient when Bella made mistakes and quick to praise if she got it right. When she got it right, he had her play the whole song a couple of times before saying, "Good job, Bella. You did great. So what did you think? Would you like more in-depth lessons?" he asked excitedly. Bella blushed, not used to being praised. "I like it very much, and would really like more lessons," she said, smiling happily. "How about once a week, you can come over after school?" Edward asked. He felt happy that he could help Bella find something she liked to do. "I'll have to check with my dad first. But I would love to come for lessons once a week," Bella said excitedly. "Okay, what do you want to do next?" Alice asked. "I think video games," Bella replied, unsure. "Oh yeah," Emmett yelled. Bella laughed along with everyone else with the giant's excitement and followed everyone into the living room where Emmett had already set up the video games. He showed Bella how to hold the controls and which buttons to press at what times. Although Bella couldn't beat Emmett, she enjoyed herself. She was never able to just play around like normal kids, and it was a refreshing change. After a couple of hours of playing around and just having fun, Alice and Rosalie yelled, "Okay, enough video games. Time for us girls to show Bella some girly things." Emmett pouted, but after Bella promised that she would play with him again, he smiled, and the girls dragged Bella upstairs and into Alice's bedroom. They started out explaining to Bella all the different types of beauty products there are and what they are for. Then they started teaching Bella how to apply makeup and how to do her hair in different styles. Bella didn't think she would ever be able to remember everything the girls showed her. But they promised to help her until she could do it herself. Bella felt like a new person, and when she looked in the mirror she almost didn't recognize the girl staring back at her. She was beautiful, and for the first time she felt that maybe, just maybe, she deserved it all. "Movie time," Emmett yelled from downstairs, making the girls giggle at his impatience. When the girls came down, Jasper, Emmett and Edward were slack-jawed at the new Bella. They knew she was beautiful, but the makeup just enhanced her natural beauty. "Wow, beautiful, impressive," were their respective replies. Bella blushed, still getting used to all the compliments, but she felt good. She felt like a new person, and she decided that she is going to work on her attitude to go with her new look. Esme had set up all the snacks and drinks, while Emmett had put away his video games and switched the TV over to DVD. He put in the first movie, and Bella watched with rapt attention. A bowl of chips was shoved into her hands. But she didn't pay much attention to who gave her the chips, she just munched away, watching the movie. When the movie ended, most of the snacks were finished. Bella got up and took her bowl to the kitchen. Before going to the bathroom, sitting back down, she grabbed a soda, while Emmett put a new movie into the player. Bella finished her soda and snuggled back on the couch and fell asleep. Her dreams were filled with all the activities she did that day. The next morning Bella woke up in her bed in the guest room, but she couldn't remember how she got there. The last thing she remembered was watching movies with the Cullen kids. She realized she must have fallen asleep and one of the boys must have carried her to bed. She blushed deeply at that thought. She got up quickly and got ready for the day. She could hear the Cullens laughing downstairs and she was in a hurry to join her new friends. She walked down the stairs and the wonderful smell of breakfast drifted to her from the kitchen and her stomach rumbled. As she rounded the corner she saw Jasper and Esme busy in the kitchen. "Morning," she said, smiling. "Morning, dear," Esme said, coming over and giving Bella a hug. "Breakfast is almost done." "Morning, beautiful angel," Jasper said with a breathtaking smile. Bella blushed at the nickname and asked, "Beautiful angel?" "Yeah, because you are as beautiful as an angel," Jasper said with a wink. Bella blushed even deeper, but smiled, happy that Jasper thought she was beautiful. When Esme put her plate of breakfast in front of Bella, she immediately started eating. "Oh wow, this is excellent," Bella moaned. Jasper and Esme smiled, happy that Bella was enjoying her food so much. Just then Carlisle came in. "Morning, baby girl. Did you sleep well?" he greeted her. Blushing, she replied, "Yes, thank you, Carlisle." Carlisle smiled. He felt happy that Bella wasn't stuttering around them anymore. He knew it meant that she was feeling more comfortable around them. Bella finished her breakfast quickly and Esme took her dishes and started cleaning the kitchen. "So what are the plans for today?" Bella asked, smiling happily as Jasper led her to the living room. "Well, Angel, what do you want to do today?" Jasper asked, smiling. "Stardust," Emmett yelled all of a sudden. Bella looked around confused. Emmett started laughed. "I'm talking to you, Bella," he said. "Every time you laugh or smile, your eyes shine like stardust, so from now on I am calling you Stardust," Emmett explained. Bella blushed, but she couldn't help but laugh at Emmett's antics. He had such an innocent way to make a person feel special. "So, what did you have in mind, Emmett?" Bella asked, smiling. "Well, we can play more video games, or there's the movies you didn't finish last night, or we can go outside." "Or," Emmett rambled. Everyone laughed at Emmett's enthusiasm, and Bella said, "Slow down, Emmett. How about we play that video game with the 4 players? Then the losers can switch out so everyone gets a turn." Bella asked, trying to make Emmett happy, but still include everyone. Everyone agreed that it was a good idea, and for the next couple of hours they had fun playing video games. They were shouting and laughing and just being kids. They didn't even notice the time fly by. Esme and Carlisle stood off to the side, just smiling at the kids. They have never seen kids coming together and having fun like this, and they knew Bella was the missing link that brought their family together. "Angel, we should probably get you home, before your dad really starts thinking that we kidnapped you." Edward sighed with a grin on his face. All the Cullens were surprised. They have never seen Edward so relaxed, and he has never given anyone a nickname except for Alice. Bella felt disappointed. She had so much fun over the weekend that she almost didn't want to go home. "Don't worry, beautiful Angel. You can come visit any time you want to," Jasper said, feeling her disappointment. Bella smiled, happy that she was invited back. "Thank you, all of you. This was the best weekend ever, and I would love to come over again," she said happily. "Come on, baby girl. Esme and I will drive you home," Carlisle said. Everyone came and gave Bella hugs and assured her that they would see her the next day. Jasper told Bella that he would pick her up for school the next day, before kissing her on the cheek. When he saw her signature blush, he winked at her, which made her blush even more. Bella got in the car with Carlisle and Esme, and she waved at the rest of the Cullens as they drove off. "Baby girl, I hope you won't be angry, but I took the liberty of getting you a cell phone and adding you to my plan," Carlisle said hesitantly. Bella looked at him shocked. "I know you. Our dad doesn't earn a huge salary and that he has a lot of things to take care of, so please accept it. I would feel better to know that you can reach us when you need us or vice versa," Carlisle pleaded his case. Bella had tears in her eyes. "Thank you. It would be nice to be able to contact you or the others," Bella said with a smile, taking the cell phone from Esme. "No problem, dear. You are family now and we take care of our family," Esme said. Bella could almost feel the love radiating off of them, and she felt happy that she met and befriended such a wonderful family. When they got to Bella's home, both Carlisle and Esme got out of the car and gave Bella a hug and a kiss on the cheek, reminding her that she was welcome to come over anytime she wanted. Bella thanked them and waved goodbye as they drove off. Walking into the house, she called, "Hey, Dad. I'm home." "In the kitchen, sweetie," Charlie called back. When Bella walked into the kitchen, she saw that her dad had ordered pizza and was busy fixing himself a plate. "Oh good, I'm starving," Bella said before fixing herself a plate. Charlie smiled at Bella's happy mood. "So, how was your weekend?" he asked, smiling gently. "Oh, Dad, it was so much fun. Jasper showed me his library and said I could borrow any books I wanted to read, and Edward taught me to play a song on the piano, and he is going to give me lessons once a week. Emmett taught me all about video games, and Alice and Rose showed me how to do my hair and put on makeup. And then this morning we all played video games. It was so amazing," Bella rambled excitedly. Charlie laughed. He was really happy that Bella seemed to be so excited about her first sleepover. He was a bit surprised that she was interested in taking music lessons, but if that is what she wanted, he wasn't going to stand in her way. When they finished eating, Bella took the dishes to the kitchen and quickly cleaned up. She gave her father a kiss on the cheek and said, "I'm off to bed, Dad." Good night, sweetie," Charlie replied. Bella went up to her room and got her toiletries and a pair of pajamas before heading for the bathroom to take a shower. She stood under the hot tea water just relaxing and thinking about her weekend with a smile on her face. When the water started getting cold, she got out and dried it quickly, before putting on her pajamas and drying her hair. Just as she got back to her room, her new cell phone started ringing and she knew it was one of the Cullens since she didn't know anyone else and she only got the phone a little while ago. When she answered, she was happy to hear Jasper's voice. "Hey, beautiful angel, I just wanted to wish you a good night," Jasper said. "Hi Jasper," Bella said shyly. "I was just about to get into bed when you phoned." "Well, how about you get in bed and I'll sing you to sleep?" Jasper asked, hoping he wasn't pushing her. "That sounds amazing, Jasper," Bella said tiredly lying down. Jasper started singing a song that Bella didn't know, but it soothed her and before long she fell asleep. Jasper, who picked up her deepened breathing and slower heart rate over the phone, whispered, "I love you, my beautiful angel," before ending the call. The next morning Bella was awake before her alarm clock could wake her up. She got up with a new bounce in her step and went to take a shower and get ready for the day. She took extra care with her hair and she even applied some makeup like Rosalie and Alice showed her. Finally finished, she skipped down the stairs to grab some breakfast before Jasper came to pick her up for school. She kissed her dad on the cheek. "Morning, Dad," she said happily. "Morning, sweetie. Did you sleep well?" Charlie asked, smiling at his daughter's obvious good mood. "Yeah, Dad. How about you?" she asked. "Yes, sweetie. Thank you," Charlie said, the love for his daughter shining in his eyes. "Well, I will see you tonight. Have a good day at school," Charlie said, getting up. "Bye, Dad," Bella said between bites of cereal. When she finished eating, she quickly washed her and Charlie's dishes, before putting on her shoes and checking that she had everything for school. Just then she heard a car pull up to the house. And when she checked, she saw Jasper getting out of the car. She went to open the door and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Jasper. Morning, beautiful angel. Are you all set?" Jasper asked, feeling Bella's happy emotions. Bella blushed but couldn't keep the smile off her face. "Yes, Jasper. I am ready to go," she said happily. Jasper held out his hand for her bag, and Bella happily handed it over before turning to lock the door. They then made their way to Jasper's car where Emmett and Rose was waiting for them. "Hey guys," Bella said, happy to see them. "Morning, Bells," Rose said, giving her a hug. "Morning, Stardust," Emmett said before picking her up and swinging her around. Bella laughed at Emmett's antics. "Put me down, Emmett," Bella said with a smile on her face. Emmett put Bella down and they all got into the car and were on their way to school. When they arrived, everyone was slack-jawed to see Bella getting out of the car along with Jasper, Rosalie and Emmett. Lauren and Jessica were just boiling with jealousy and was furiously planning how to get revenge on Bella, but they decided to bide their time. Edward and Alice greeted Bella before everyone started making their way to their respective classes. The morning flew by and before they knew it was time for lunch. On the way to the cafeteria, Bella decided to make a quick stop in the bathroom. She told the others to go on and that she would catch up, before she went into the bathroom. Rosalie, who had a bad feeling, decided to wait for Bella outside of the bathroom. Lauren and Jessica, who were in the bathroom, saw Bella enter, carrying a book. They started laughing and pointing fingers at Bella. "Oh, not only is she a freak, but also a bookworm. No wonder no one wants anything to do with you. You are nothing but a freakish dork," they yelled at Bella. Bella didn't know what to do. She couldn't run out of the bathroom because they were blocking her from the door. Just then, the door opened and Rosalie stepped into the bathroom, looking murderous. "What did you just say?" "Bella is 10 times worth any of you. She is kind and beautiful and smart. And being a bookworm is actually a good thing. Because at least she will get somewhere in life, unlike the two of you who will have to sleep around to get anywhere," Rosalie said. She took a step closer to Lauren and Jessica, who by then were cowering in the corner. "You should be ashamed of yourself for picking on an innocent girl because of petty jealousy. If I ever catch either of you near Bella again, you will regret it," Rosalie growled at them. Turning to Bella, her expression softened. "Come on, little one," she said, leading Bella out of the bathroom. "Thank you, Rose," Bella said, close to tears and looking at the floor. Remember, head up. Don't show them that they hurt you. That is what they want. And I will also be here for you, little one. Rose said fiercely. Bella took a second to compose herself before lifting her head and smiling at the look of approval in Rose's eyes. Now come on. Edward has already gotten you lunch, Rose said, leading Bella to the cafeteria. When they got to the cafeteria, Bella sat down and slowly started eating the salad that Edward got her for lunch. She noticed that everyone else had already finished eating their lunch. While Bella ate, Rose told the others what happened. Ed in the bathroom, and everyone looked at Bella with worry. I'm fine, Bella said, holding her head high. I just need to learn how to handle situations like that. I don't want to be that pathetic girl anymore, Bella said. Determination in her voice. Jasper looked at Bella proudly. And we will stand with you every step of the way, beautiful angel. Jasper said, and everyone else confirmed it. For the rest of the day the Cullens kept a careful eye on Bella, but she seemed strong. She wasn't crumbling like she did the first time the girls insulted her. Lauren and Jessica kept their distance from Bella, but they were fuming. They have never been humiliated like that in their lives before. They wanted revenge, but this time they were going to plan it better. Finally the last bell rang. Bella was extremely tired. Though she held her head high and pretended to be strong, her feelings were hurt, and she was struggling to not give in to the dark emotions in her heart. Though her dad and T.H.E. Cullens proved to her that she was worth their time and that she deserved the best, it was still a daily struggle to not fall back into the depression she suffered under her mother's emotional abuse. Jasper was the only one aware of the struggle raging inside Bella, and he asked that Emmett and Rosalie ride with Edward back home, so that he could talk to Bella. When they got in the car, Jasper started it and drove to Bella's house. When Bella went to get out, he stopped her. Come here, he said, pulling her into his arms. I know how much the things those girls said to you hurt you, but it's not true. You are not a freak. Yes, what your mother did to you broke you, but now is your chance to rise above that and show everyone the beautiful, strong woman that you are. Show them that you are better than they are. They are jealous, and now they are trying to push you back into that black hole, where your mother kept you for years. Don't allow them to do that to you, Jasper said passionately, looking her straight in the eye. Bella felt the tears well up in her eyes, but it was tears of gratefulness. Thank you so much, Jasper. I am not going to allow them to walk all over me, Bella said, determined. That's my beautiful angel, Jasper said, smiling brightly. Bella's heart skipped a beat when she saw his smile. She was starting to fall in love with this wonderful, sexy guy, and she that just maybe he felt the same way. She kissed him on the cheek, before opening her door. Bye, Jasper. I'll see you tomorrow, she said with a smile. Bye, Angel. I'll call again tonight, if you want, Jasper asked. Bella blushed. I would like that very much. She closed the car door before waving and turning to go into the house and starting on dinner. When the Cullen kids got home, Rosalie called a family meeting. She had concerns about the girls at school, who cornered Bella again today, and she wanted to talk to the family about it to get their input. She felt that, although they needed to protect and nurture Bella, they should also encourage her to stand up for herself. She knew it was going to be difficult, but she knew how far Bella had come in such a short amount of time. And everyone was seated around the dining room table, where they always held their meetings. She started. The girls that insulted and made fun of Bella the other day cornered her again in the bathroom at lunch. They said some really mean things, and I don't know what would have happened if I didn't burst in there when I did. Carlisle looked shocked. He always looked for the good in people, and even after living so many years, found it hard to believe that people can act out towards each other in such vile ways. He also felt relieved and pride that his eldest daughter, who always seemed to be a bitch, stood up and protected the girl that he saw as his youngest. Esme gasped in shock. She felt heartbroken that an innocent child like Bella was the target of bullying at school. Underneath all he hurt and pain, she could see that Bella had a good heart with a lot of love to give. She thought that Bella was amazing, that even after all the trials she has been through in life, she still had the ability to love unconditionally. Alice sat there, with venom tears in her eyes. She couldn't remember her human life, but research showed that her parents put her in an asylum because of her visions. She never knew parents until she came to live with Carlisle and Esme. It didn't bother her as she couldn't remember them, but the thought of first her mother, and now kids at school, treating her the way they treated Bella, was breaking her heart. If she could, she would have taken all Bella's pain, but all she could do was watch for Bella's future. Rosalie continued, though Bella managed to hold her head high. With some encouragement, I could clearly see how much they hurt her, and I am sure they saw it too. I am afraid that they will want to retaliate. I don't think those girls will stop until Bella stands up for herself. Though they might wait a while after today. Just the thought of what those girls did and how Bella felt when she came into the cafeteria was enough to send Jasper into a fit of rage. He couldn't stand the idea of his mate getting hurt like that, and he needed to vent before they continued with the family meeting. He rushed out to the forest and started shredding some trees. Emmett followed him and jumped into spar with Jasper. He knew Jasper needed to do more than shred a few trees to feel better. They wrestled for a while, and even though Emmett was a lot stronger than Jasper, Jasper had the experience on his side. Yet it was not an easy fight. Finally Jasper calmed down. "Thank you, brother. I needed that," Jasper said. "No problem, man. I would have felt the same had Rosie been in that situation. Just know that we are all standing with you. We all love Bella dearly and would do anything to see her happy," Emmett said. He was rarely serious, so Jasper knew he spoke from the heart. "We should probably head back," Jasper said. They ran back home and took their seats at the table. Everyone understood what Jasper was going through as they were all mated. The only difference was that Bella was still human. Edward stated then, "I fear Rosalie is right. I heard in their thoughts that they are extremely pissed about what happened today. They were thinking of ways to hurt Bella. But they are also scared to do anything immediately. They don't want to face your wrath again." Everyone was quiet, thinking of what they could do to help Bella. They thought of various ways to raise her confidence so that she could stand up for herself when situations like these occurred. Carlisle said, "For now all we can do is to continue to show Bella that she is loved and that she is worthy. I believe when she knows that without a doubt, she will stand up for herself." "I believe you are right, Carlisle. I know from experience what Bella is going through, and until she believes she is worthy, she will allow others to step on her and put her down," Jasper replied. Everyone knew about his past and they knew how long it took him to accept it and move on. It took a lot of love and encouragement before he became the man he is today, and they knew, without a doubt, that they would all walk the same path for Bella. They also knew that they had to get Charlie to come and see them, without Bella knowing, so that they could update him to what was happening at school. He needed to know what to do in order to help Bella become more self-confident. They knew that Bella would hide this from Charlie because she was scared that he would go and see the principal and make things worse. "Well, if we all agree, then I think it would be good for everyone to hunt tonight. We don't want our rage for situations like these to take control and turn into bloodlust," Carlisle said. With that, everyone went out to hunt their fill before they had to head back to school. All the mated couples took off together, leaving Jasper to hunt on his own. Vampires tend to get very territorial over their kills, with only mates allowed close by. Jasper knew this, and he also knew how fast a hunt could turn into something different, therefore he didn't mind hunting alone and find a quiet spot afterwards to just relax. After a couple of hours everyone returned home to shower and get ready for their day. Carlisle was quiet and contemplative when they returned. He was concentrating very hard to keep his thoughts to himself and to not make any decisions, though he planned to contact the principal later that day. He needed to be careful, for he didn't want anyone, not even his kids, to know what he was planning. He would do anything to protect his newest daughter. Later, that morning after Carlisle arrived at the hospital, he went to his office and immediately dialed Charlie's number. When Charlie answered, Carlisle asked him if he could come to see him at the hospital. Charlie agreed and said that he would be there in 15 minutes. Charlie was worried. He knew of only one reason that Carlisle would want to see him, and that was Bella. Charlie wondered what was going on, that Carlisle felt the need to call him in to talk to him. When he got to the hospital, Carlisle was waiting for him in the reception area. "Charlie, thank you for coming," Carlisle greeted him. "Hi Carlisle." It sounded urgent. "What is going on?" Charlie asked worriedly. "Please, let's talk in my office," Carlisle said, leading Charlie to his office. He held the door open for Charlie, and when Charlie walked in, He closed the door and motioned for Charlie to take a seat. "The reason I asked you to come and see me is Bella. Did you know that the girls at school are still harassing Bella?" Carlisle asked in his calm way. Charlie was surprised, for he did in fact not know that Bella was still being harassed. "No, I didn't know. Bella didn't say anything, other than that first time it happened," Charlie said. Confused that Bella didn't say anything and angry that those girls wouldn't leave Bella alone. "That's what we thought. They cornered Bella in the bathroom yesterday and said some pretty hurtful stuff. Luckily Rosalie overheard and told them off, but the damage was already done," Carlisle said. "This has to stop. I will go and see the principal," Charlie said angrily. "Please, Charlie, that will only make things worse. Everyone is going to think Bella is hiding behind her police chief, father," Carlisle said. "Then what do I do, Carlisle? I won't just sit by while my daughter is being bullied relentlessly," Charlie said, distraught. "The best we can do is to continue to show Bella our love and prove to her that she is worth it. We need to build up her self-confidence so that she can stand up for herself. It won't be easy, but it's the best thing we can do for Bella," Carlisle said sympathetically. He knew how Charlie felt. "I will show her just how much I love her and prove to her that she is worthy every day of my life," Charlie said passionately. "Good. Then another thing, I am scared that this will keep escalating, until someone gets hurt. Especially now that girls now that my kids are looking out for Bella. I am scared that they will do something to hurt Bella more than just emotionally," Carlisle said hesitantly. He didn't want to face Charlie's anger. Charlie became extremely worried at Carlisle's words. How can he protect his daughter if he can't take matters into his own hands? "What can we do? We have to protect her somehow," Charlie asked. "I was thinking of calling the principal. But I wanted to run my idea past you first. We need to explain to him what is going on, and we need to make him understand that he cannot do anything about it. I want to sponsor cameras to be installed in the school without the knowledge of the students. That way if anything happens, we have the necessary proof and we can take matters further," Carlisle explained. Charlie sat there thinking about what Carlisle proposed. The more he thought about it, the more he could see the benefit of having cameras installed, and not just for Bella. "I think that is a good idea. When can we speak to the principal?" Charlie asked. "I will phone him now and ask him to meet us here. We don't want to alert the students as to what is going on," Carlisle replied. "Yeah, I can see that it wouldn't be a good idea if those girls saw both of us going to see the principal," Charlie said, calming down a little. Carlisle phoned the school and asked the principal if he could meet him and Charlie at the hospital. The principal agreed, but stated that he couldn't leave the school for too long. 20 minutes later the receptionist showed the principal into Carlisle's office. Carlisle went ahead and explained to him about the girls harassing Bella at school repeatedly. He also explained about Bella's past with her mom so that the principal could understand why this is such a huge problem. It wasn't just a normal case of schoolyard bullying. The principal was shocked at both Bella's past and what the girls was causing due to their pettiness. He was a father himself and could understand why Charlie felt the need to call him in. Charlie then explained to the principal that he didn't want him to do anything as it would only worsen the bullying, but that they were afraid that the girls could take it further, and therefore Carlisle has offered to sponsor cameras to be installed without the knowledge of the students. The principal could see the benefit of having cameras installed all over the school. He knew other kids would also benefit from it and that the troublemakers could be identified a lot easier. He agreed to have the cameras installed, and Carlisle said that he would arrange for them to be installed after school the next day. The principal thanked both Charlie and Carlisle for letting him know what is happening. He said goodbye and headed back to school. He was going to keep an eye on Bella without the other kids knowing about it. Charlie and Carlisle talked a little more about the cameras, and seeing as the girls cornered Bella in the bathroom both felt that there should be cameras installed there outside of the door. This way, they wouldn't be compromising the privacy of the students, yet they would still know if Bella was in there with some of her attackers. After they hashed everything out, Charlie thanked Carlisle for all his help and left to go back to the station. The next couple of days school passed without any problems. Bella and the Cullens were thankful for that. Bella was nervous after the attack in the bathroom, but slowly she started to relax and become a little more confident in herself every day, though she was still wary of the other students. Bella had her first music lesson with Edward and she enjoyed it immensely. Edward told her that she showed a true talent and Bella felt good about herself. She was good at something. A thing she never thought would happen. And it did wonders to bolster her confidence. Charlie was also paying her more attention than she ever got from her mother and that made her feel wanted and special. She loved Charlie dearly for everything he did for her. Slowly Bella settled into a regular routine of school, visiting the Cullens, and then going home to cook dinner for Charlie. She started to live her life and be happy, after everything she endured with Renee. One afternoon, after school, she had to go to the grocery store as the cupboards at home was getting bare. Rose wanted to accompany her. But Bella declined. She knew it was time that she started going out on her own. She couldn't hide behind the Cullens for the rest of her life. Walking through the aisles getting everything she would need. She could sense someone watching her. No one approached her so she just shook it off and finished her shopping, before paying and heading home to cook for her and Charlie. She got home and carried in all the bags of groceries and started unpacking them when there was a knock on the door. She didn't expect anyone and thought that it was probably one of the Cullens, coming to check up on her. She walked to the door with a smile on her face and said as she opened the door, "You didn't need to check up on me. I'm fine." When the door was opened fully, she was surprised and a bit scared to see it wasn't one of the Cullens, but a boy from school. The one that wouldn't leave her alone on her first day. She thought his name was Mike. "Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else," Bella said nervously. "Clearly," Mike said, leering at Bella. Bella was getting more and more nervous. She didn't like the way he was looking at her. "My dad isn't home yet. If you want to see him you'll have to wait. He'll be here in about 15 minutes. Bella said. "Thanks," Mike said before pushing through the door, shoving her to the side. Bella closed the door and turned around. "The living room is through there. You can wait there," Bella said, pointing to the living room. When Mike went into the living room, Bella returned to the kitchen, not wanting to be near him. She finished unpacking the groceries and when she turned back around, Mike was standing right behind her. Excuse me," Bella said, getting scared. Mike just moved forward, pinning her to the cupboard. He placed his hands on either side of her and kissed her hard. Bella struggled and tried pushing him away, but he was too strong for her. She searched around with her hands, trying to find something to help her when she touched the handle of a skillet. She vaguely remembered taking it out to use for dinner. She picked it up and swung it, hitting Mike in the side of the head. Mike went limp and slid to the floor. Bella was crying hysterically. She didn't know what to do. She went over to the phone on shaky legs and dialed her father's number. When he answered, he could hear some crying in the background. "Daddy," he heard Bella say in a small voice. "Daddy, you need to come home." I need you," Bella said through sobs. Charlie's heart started beating frantically. Thoughts of what might have happened raced through his mind. He could kick himself for staying a bit later than usual. He rushed out of the station without saying a word and rushed home, lights flashing and sirens blaring. When he stopped in front of his house, he ran in, finding Bella on the couch, crying hysterically. He rushed over and picked her up as if she was still a little girl. "Shish, sweetheart, I'm here now," Charlie cooed to Bella, taking his handkerchief to wipe her tears. I didn't mean to, but he wouldn't stop. I couldn't push him away, he was too strong," Bella said through her sobs. Charlie was confused. "What are you talking about, sweetheart?" he asked with a sinking heart. Bella just pointed to the kitchen. She was still crying so hard she found it difficult to talk. Charlie walked into the kitchen and saw Mike Newton lying on the floor, with a big bruise on the side of his face. He reached for the phone and called one of his deputies to come over and to also tell him to phone the ambulance. He also made a call to Dr. Cullen as it seems that Bella is in shock. After he finished on the phone, he went back to Bella and sat holding her until she calmed down enough to talk. "Can you tell me what happened, sweetheart?" he asked tenderly. "Mike came here looking for you. I told him to wait in the living room and I went to the kitchen to unpack the groceries. When I turned around, he was standing really close to me. He wouldn't move back. He pinned me to the cupboard with his hand on each side of me. He started kissing me. I tried to stop him. He was just too strong. I searched with my hand for something to help me and I hit him with a skillet. Bella stuttered out. Charlie was enraged at what Mike tried to do, but at the same time he was extremely proud of Bella. For the first time she fought for herself. Just then he heard the blaring sirens of his deputy and the ambulance. He got up to open the door for them and saw Dr. Cullen pulling up at the same time. He ushered everyone into the room and showed the paramedics to the kitchen to attend to Mike, while he told Drive Cullen and his deputy what happened. When the paramedics told him that Mike needed to go to the hospital for a concussion, he told the deputy to go with them, and the moment Mike woke up, to place him under arrest for assault. When they left, Charlie showed Drive Cullen into the living room. Bella stopped crying, but she sat there shivering, giving an occasional hiccup from all the crying. Dr. Cullen checked her over and told Charlie that she was in shock and that he was going to give her an injection to help her relax. He also asked Charlie if it would be okay if Rosalie came over and stayed the night with Bella. Charlie was relieved that it was only shock and that Mike didn't succeed in doing anything. He told Carlisle it would be fine if Rosalie came over and also asked him if Rosalie could stay with Bella the next day, as he didn't think she would be up to going to school. Carlisle agreed immediately and went into the kitchen to phone Rosalie. She picked up on the first ring. "What happened? Is Bella okay?" she asked, panicked. "Rosalie, please calm down. Bella needs you, but if you are going to get angry it won't help her," Carlisle said, conveying the seriousness of the situation. Rosalie knew then that it was bad, but she was willing to do anything for Bella. "What is it, Carlisle?" she asked in a whisper. "Bella was assaulted by one of the boys from school. She knocked him over the head with a skillet before he could do much, but she is quite shaken," Carlisle said. No. Rosalie broke down crying. Everyone at the Cullen house overheard the conversation, and Emmett went to her immediately while Edward, Esme and Alice had to hold on to Jasper. Though Carlisle didn't mention who it was, Jasper would slaughter every boy in school, in the state of mind he was in. "Please, Rose, you know more than anyone what Bella needs now," Carlisle said, trying to get her to focus. "I'll be right over, Carlisle," Rose said. When Rosalie got there, Bella was sleeping on the couch. Carlisle filled her on what happened and that he gave Bella an injection to help her relax. He also told her that she is to stay the night and that she and Bella will be excused from school the next day. Rosalie was angry at Mike for what he did, but she was proud of Bella. She could see that all their love and reassurances was finally paying off. "Thank you, Carlisle, for everything," Charlie said, seeing him out. "No problem, Charlie. I'll come by to check on Bella tomorrow. She should be out for the night. But please don't hesitate to call if she needs me," Carlisle said. "I will. Good night, Carlisle," Charlie said tiredly. "Good night, Charlie," Carlisle said and got into his car and drove away with a heavy heart. Charlie closed and locked the door, before going back into the living room. Bella was sleeping and he knew he couldn't let her sleep on the couch, so he picked her up and struggled to carry her upstairs. He laid her down on the bed, before going back to talk to Rosalie. "Thank you for coming, Rosalie. Would you mind changing Bella into her pajamas so she can be more comfortable? While you do that I will get the blow-up mattress for you to sleep on," Charlie said. "It's no problem, Charlie. I know what Bella is going through and I will do everything that I can to help her," Rosalie said. Charlie was shocked. He knew all the Cullen kids were adopted, but he didn't know the circumstances. He didn't know what to say, so he just went over and gave Rosalie a hug before going to get the blow-up mattress. That small action meant so much to Rosalie that she had to suppress her sobs. She went upstairs and searched through Bella's drawers until she found some sweatpants and an oversized shirt. She quickly dressed Bella and pulled the covers over her. Charlie came in with the mattress after making sure Bella was decent. "Here you go. Pillows and blankets are in the closet, in the hallway. And feel free to take a shower. If you need anything, or if Bella wakes up, please come and get me," Charlie said tenderly. He started to love this wonderful friend of Bella's like a second daughter. "Thank you, Charlie. I'll be fine, and if Bella wakes up I will come and get you. Try to sleep though, you are going to need it in the next couple of days," Rosalie said softly. "Good night, Rose," Charlie said, turning to go to his room. "Night, Charlie," Rose said. When Charlie's door shut, Rosalie went to get a pillow and blanket. She had to keep the charade of being human. She made her bed and changed into her own pajamas before lying down and pretending to sleep. The next morning the remaining Cullen kids went to school, to keep up the charade, but as soon as they pulled up to the school they knew it was a bad idea. Rumors were spreading like wildfire. Everyone was talking about how Mike Newton got attacked by Bella and that she spun some wild story to get him arrested. Jasper got so angry that if Emmett wasn't holding onto him he would have slaughtered every student in school for talking about Bella that way. Emmett quickly pushed Jasper back in the car and they sped away. Jasper needed to calm down away from humans. They drove deep into the forest before they let Jasper out to cull some trees and get his anger under control. It took a couple of hours. A lot damaged trees and a lot of wrestling with Emmett before Jasper could think rationally again. They went home to wait for a report from Carlisle and Rosalie on how Bella is doing. Bella woke up with a headache and her mouth felt like it was stuffed with cotton balls, and because of that she knew she had taken some kind of drug. Her mind was groggy and she couldn't remember what happened to make her take anything. As she became more and more awake the memories came back to her. She remembered Mike looking for her dad, then he pinned her to the kitchen cupboard and she hit him with a skillet. As the memories came back to her she started to cry. She couldn't believe someone would do something like that. And she felt so weak, she couldn't even fight him off. Rosalie, who was in the kitchen preparing breakfast for Bella, heard her start to cry and rushed up the stairs. She went over to Bella and hugged her tightly. "Shish, sweetie. It's okay." Rosalie cooed. "No it's not. Why would someone do something like that? I felt so helpless. I couldn't even push him away." Bella asked when she calmed down. "I don't know, sweetie, but sometimes in life we cross paths with bad people. But we can't allow them to get us down," Rosalie said, full of compassion. She understood how Bella was feeling as she too had once felt like that. "I don't know what to do, Rose. I don't know how to be strong. I've been insulted and stepped on since I can remember. I don't know how to stop it," Bella said sadly. She felt conflicted, wanting to crawl into bed and stay there for the rest of her life. But she also wanted to stand up for herself and be strong. You have to stand up straight and show him that he didn't manage to break you. You need to stand tall and show your mother that she was wrong about it. No one deserves to be treated the way you were treated," Rosalie said, hoping that Bella wouldn't close herself off and become the girl she used to be when she just arrived in Forks. "I will not allow him to defeat me. I have come too far to just give up," Bella said with determination. "That's right, sweetie. Now go take a nice warm shower and breakfast will be done when you finish," Rosalie said. She was jumping for joy inside. Finally Bella's inner strength was shining through. Bella got some clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. As she was standing in the shower, her thoughts started drifting to everything that has happened in her life and she got angry. She finally realized that she didn't deserve to be treated that way. She was angry at her mother. She was angry at the girls from school, she was angry at Mike, but most of all she was angry at herself for allowing it. She knew without a doubt that she had to do something to change. She needed to become more confident and stronger. She needed to start standing up for herself, to show everyone that the days of walking over Bella's swan was a thing of the past. When Bella came down the stairs, Rosalie could see a difference in her, but she had to look twice before she could pinpoint exactly what, and when she found the difference her eyes shone with pride. Bella was walking with a straight posture and her head held high. Bella sat down at the kitchen table and started eating her breakfast. "Rose, I need your help," Bella said, looking Rose straight in the eye. "What can I do for you, sweetie?" Rosalie asked, amazed at the change she was seeing in Bella. "I need to find a way to become more confident, to help me release all this anger I'm feeling, and that will help them. Protect myself if I ever find myself in a situation like last night," Bella said with determination. "I don't want to be the meek girl that everyone walks over. I don't want to be labeled as the freak. I deserve better, and it's time that I learn to stand my ground," Bella continued fiercely. "Oh Bella, I am so proud of you, and of course I will help you find something. In fact, let me call Jasper. He is a martial arts fanatic and maybe he could suggest something," Rosalie said, getting up to retrieve her cell phone. Rosalie dialed Jasper's number and when he answered she explained to him what Bella wanted. He promised to come over and bring some brochures with him before he hung up. Rosalie turned back to Bella and said, "Jasper said he will be right over with some brochures for you to look over." "Great," Bella said. She quickly finished her breakfast and rinsed her dishes before turning to Rosalie and giving her a hug. "Thank you for being here for me," Bella said, smiling. "I'll always be here for you, sweetie," Rosalie said, kissing Bella's hair. Just then there was a knock on the door, and for a split second Bella froze, before going to the door and opening it. "Morning, beautiful angel," Jasper said with a breathtaking smile. "Rosalie said you might be interested in learning some form of martial arts." Bella blushed at the usual nickname, but she couldn't help the smile that spread over her face at seeing Jasper. "Hey, Jasper. Come in. Yes, I need to learn to be confident. I need to be able to protect myself and at the same time get rid of all this anger I'm feeling in a constructive way," Bella said. Bella turned around and walked into the living room with Jasper and Rosalie following behind her. She sat down on the couch with Jasper sitting beside her and Rosalie taking Charlie's recliner. Jasper spread some brochures on the table in front of Bella. Picking one up and handing it to her, he said, "I would suggest you start with karate, as you are still a beginner. It will take a while before you can use it to protect yourself, but it will help with your anger issues as well as your confidence. Plus, if you want, I can be your instructor." "Really? Oh, that would be so awesome," Bella said excitedly. If Jasper was her instructor, she would get to spend more time with him and he would teach her to protect herself and become a girl that he deserved. "Can I look through these and talk it over with my dad before getting back to you?" Bella asked. "Sure, Angel. Take all the time you need," Jasper said, smiling. He was happy that he could help Bella in this and he knew that Charlie would also see the benefits of Bella learning to defend and protect herself. Bella smiled happily, and for the next couple of hours the three of them just talked and enjoyed each other's company. When there was a knock on the door, Jasper got up and opened it. Carlisle came in and he was relieved to see Bella smiling. "Hey, baby girl, how are you feeling today?" Carlisle asked. "Hey Carlisle," Bella said. "I woke up a bit groggy, but I'm feeling fine now. Jasper and Rosalie is helping me find a way to help me with my anger issues and to boost my confidence as well as learning to protect myself." Carlisle smiled. He was happy that Bella didn't revert back to her old self, but was actively seeking a way to help better herself. "I think that is a good idea, baby girl. And I am happy that you are feeling well," he said, smiling gently. "Well, I have to get back to the hospital. You three enjoy yourself," Carlisle said before turning and walking out the door. For the rest of the day Bella, Jasper and Rosalie just hung around, watching DVDs and talking. When Charlie got home, he felt happy and relieved to see Bella smiling and laughing with her friends. He was really worried about what the attack would do to her state of mind. "Hi sweetheart, you seem to be having fun," Charlie greeted Bella. "Hello Rose, Jasper," he said. "Hi, Dad. Yes, we had a lot of fun today. Oh, and Dad, will it be okay if Jasper teaches me karate?" "Karate?" Charlie asked, confused, looking between Bella and Jasper. "Yeah, Dad. It will help me to protect and defend myself and help with my confidence and anger issues," Bella replied. Charlie looked at Jasper and asked, "You can teach her?" "Yes, Charlie. I am a fully qualified instructor in most forms of martial arts," Jasper replied. Charlie thought for a minute and seeing the benefits finally agreed. "Thank you, Dad," Bella said excitedly. "Well, we have to get home. We will see you tomorrow, sweetie." "Goodbye Charlie," Rosalie said, walking to the front door. "Goodbye Charlie." "Bye Angel," Jasper said before following Rosalie. "Bye guys," Bella and Charlie told them. When they left, Bella and Charlie settled for a quiet night of pizza and sports, just enjoying each other's silent company before heading up to bed. Bella tossed and turned most of the night. Every time she would fall asleep she would find herself in the kitchen with Mike pinning her to the cupboard. She was scared and she felt helpless. She couldn't understand why Mike would attack her. She never did anything to lead him on. She felt confused and angry. After a couple of hours she gave up trying to sleep. She debated with herself if she should phone Jasper or Rosalie. Both told her to phone if she needed them, but would they get angry if she woke them? Finally she decided to call Jasper. He had something about him that managed to soothe her, just by talking or being near him, and she didn't quite understand it, but she needed it right then. She picked up her cell phone and dialed Jasper's number before she could chicken out. He answered on the third ring. Bella. What's wrong? I'm sorry for waking you, Jasper, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I close my eyes Bella started sobbing. Hey, Angel. Shish, do you need me to come over? Or do you want Rose? Jasper asked tenderly. Would you mind? I really need you right now. Bella said, sniffling. Of course I don't mind. Beautiful angel. I'll be over in 15 minutes. Jasper said. He was happy that she turned to him when she needed someone. He knew on some level she felt the mating pull. Thank you, Jay. Bella said, and when she realized what she called him she blushed deeply. Jasper was shocked at the nickname, but he found he liked it. It was a lot better than Jazz, or Jazzy as Alice liked to call him. They hung up and Bella went downstairs to make herself a cup of tea while she waited. She was shocked to see Charlie still awake and watching TV. Charlie was worried when he saw Bella up. What's wrong, sweetheart? He asked. I couldn't sleep. I kept having nightmares. Bella said. Oh sweetheart, is there anything I can do to help? Charlie asked, his voice laced with concern. I phoned Jasper. He is coming over. I hope you don't mind. Bella said, biting her bottom lip. Charlie was surprised at first, but he saw the bond between Bella and Jasper and he knew Jasper would help Bella get over the attack as well as her confidence issues. If that is what you need, then that is fine with me. Charlie said. He would do just about anything to support his daughter. Thanks, Dad. We'll just talk in the kitchen. Bella said, giving Charlie a hug. Just then there was a knock on the door and Charlie went to open it. Jasper. Thank you for coming, Charlie said, full of gratitude. No problem, Charlie. The nightmares are to be expected. I am just glad she reached out to someone. Jasper said. She is in the kitchen, waiting for you. Charlie said, motioning for Jasper to come in before returning to the living room. When Bella saw Jasper she ran to him and started crying. She felt safe in his arms. She knew without a doubt that he wouldn't let anything happen to her. Jasper just held her until she stopped crying. He knew it was a good thing for her to get it all out. Shish, Angel. I'm here now. Jasper cooed to her. Thanks for coming, Jay. I'm sorry I woke you. But I really needed someone, I really needed you. Bella said, trailing off at the end. I'll always be here for you, beautiful angel. Jasper said. Why don't you tell me what's wrong? Bella led him over to the kitchen table and took a seat opposite him, keeping one of his hands in hers. She didn't understand it, but she felt so much better if she touched him. Every time I fall asleep, I'm back in the kitchen with Mike pinning me to the cupboard. I can't do anything to stop him, he is just too strong. I feel so helpless. Bella said in a soft voice. I don't want to feel like this anymore. I want to be strong and fierce like Rose. I want to be able to protect myself. Bella said. Angel, you'll get there, but it won't happen overnight. You've been rough a lot of traumatizing events in your life, and the nightmares are a result of that. It's a normal reaction of subconscious to try and work through what happened. Jasper said tenderly. Bella realized that Jasper was right. But she wished she could just move past all this and be strong. She wished she had the courage to stand up for herself. Hey, Angel, stop worrying. Just the fact that you are reaching out and doing something to change shows the strong person you truly are. That little warrior inside of you wants to come out, it just needs a little persuasion. Jasper said, trying to make her smile. Bella giggled. Though she didn't think of herself as a warrior, she felt better nonetheless. Thanks, Jay. You know just what to say to make me feel better. Bella said, smiling. I didn't say anything that's not true, and in time you will see it too, Jasper said, happy that Bella was feeling better. How about you go back to bed and I will come and sing you to sleep? Jasper asked. Bella blushed, but replied, I would like that very much. They got up and Bella went upstairs while Jasper explained to Charlie what he was going to do before following Bella to her room. Bella was already in bed when Jasper entered and he sat down on the side of her bed. He started singing the same song he sang to her over the phone and he could see her start to relax, and before long she was fast asleep. Jasper stayed a while longer to make sure the nightmares didn't return, and when he was sure she was sleeping peacefully he went back downstairs. She is sleeping peacefully at the moment, Jasper said when Charlie got up. Thank you, Jasper. I really appreciate all that you and your sister is doing to help Bella. Charlie said. No problem, Charlie. Both me and Rose understand what Bella is going through. We've both had hard lives before we came to live with the Cullens. Jasper said. You should probably head home and get some sleep yourself. Charlie said, filled with compassion for this young man who has obviously been through a lot in his young life. I will. Good night, Charlie. Please don't hesitate to call if Bella needs us. Jasper said. I will, thank you. Drive safely, Charlie said, opening the door for Jasper. When Jasper was gone, Charlie locked the doors, switched off the TV and the lights before heading up the stairs. He checked in on Bella and was happy to see that she was still sleeping peacefully. He stood there just watching her for a couple of minutes before going to bed himself. When her alarm went off, Bella stood up with a heavy heart. She went through her normal routine. But she was dreading the day ahead. She knew she was going to be the talk of the school, and she knew that some of the students were going to twist the story to make Bella look like the bad guy. She didn't want to go. But she knew it was inevitable, and the sooner she faced it, the sooner she can put it behind her. It was the perfect opportunity to start the changes needed in her life. She went down the stairs. But didn't feel like having breakfast. She drank a glass of orange juice and nibbled on a oatmeal cookie. Charlie, sensing how nervous Bella was about the day, gave her a hug and said, Don't worry. Sweetheart, everything will be fine. Just hold your head high and know that you have a lot of people standing with you. Bella gave him a small smile and said, Thanks, Dad. I'm just nervous. I'll be fine. When there was a knock on the door, Bella stood up straighter and she got a determined look in her eyes. She picked up her bag and walked to the door. Opening it, she saw Jasper standing there and she smiled. He always made her feel safe and happy. Hey, Jay, Bella said. Morning, Angel. You ready to go? He asked, smiling tenderly. Yeah, I'm ready, she said, before shouting a goodbye over her shoulder to Charlie. Jasper took her bag and walked with her to the car, his hand on the small of her back. He opened the passenger door for her, and when she was comfortable, closed it before putting her bag in the back and walking to the driver's side. He started the car and drove towards the school before saying, Angel, I want you to remember today, no matter what anyone says. You are beautiful and strong, and we all have your back if you need it. Thanks, Jay. That means a lot to me, but it's time I stand up for myself. I know it's going to be a difficult why, and there is going to be a lot of lies going around, but if I don't stand up to it now, it will be like that my whole life. Bella said. Jasper felt really proud hearing her say that, but he knew just how hard it can be. He won't let her fail even if he has to pump her full of confidence to help her do what she needed to. I'm so proud of you, beautiful Angel. You've come a long way in such a short time, he told her. Bella could hear the pride and sincerity in his voice and blushed. She was still having a hard time accepting compliments, but she was getting there. Thanks, Jay. It's been difficult, and I don't think I would have ever reached this point without all of you helping me. Bella said truthfully. I'm sure you would have. It might have taken you longer, but eventually you would have stood up for yourself. Jasper said. Just then they pulled up to the school and Bella could see everyone staring and whispering. She almost faltered, but shook her head, squared her shoulders and got out of the car. The Cullen kids watched her with pride before they all walked to class together, showing a united front with Bella. When they reached Bella's class, which she shared with both Edward and Alice, the others turned away with pats on the back and encouraging smiles for Bella. When Bella took her seat, she could hear the kids whispering about how she led Mike on and then attacked him before having him arrested. She couldn't believe the lies the kids were spreading. It hurt her deeply that these kids, who didn't even know her, would believe the lies of two jealous girls. She decided to ignore the gossip for now, unless someone approached her directly. The rest of the morning passed in the same way. In every class the kids would gossip about the Mike situation until the teacher called the class to order. When the lunch bell rang, the Cullens made sure to walk together again, and when Bella branched off towards the bathroom, Alice and Rosalie went with her while the boys stood outside. When they got to the cafeteria, Edward went to get Bella's lunch as was usual, while the rest went to their normal table. While standing in the line, awaiting his turn, the two girls who were always harassing Bella approached him. Hey, Edward, you and your brothers should watch out for the swan whore before you end up in prison too. She will lead you on and then attack you and then run to her daddy crying assault. I've heard her mother kicked her out because she was flirting with her mother's boyfriend. The Lauren girl said. The other girl, Jessica, said in a voice she believed. To be sexy, we can show you a good time. We will bring all your fantasies to life. No thank you, I am not interested in girls who derive pleasure from another's pain. Edward sighed before turning away, leaving the girls fuming. That was the second time they were humiliated by a Cullen for Bella and they couldn't stand it. And they knew just what to do to get their revenge. Bella, who overheard what they said, were close to tears. She couldn't understand what she did to deserve the harsh words, gossip and lies these girls were spreading. Hey, Tiger, don't let them get to you. They are just bitter and jealous because you are more beautiful and a better person than they can ever dream to be. Edward sighed after seeing Bella's expression. Bella smiled at Edward in thanks before picking the sandwich apart. She didn't have an appetite and just wished the day could be over. Finally it was last period and gym. They were playing dodgeball and Bella was dreading it. She knew she was going to be a target. True enough, everyone targeted Bella, but luckily Alice helped Bella by catching most of the balls and throwing them back with perfect aim. Bella was relieved when the bell rang to signal the end of school. It was extremely hard to listen to the gossip the whole day and pretend she didn't hear it. She was glad to get into Jasper's car and be driven away. She didn't even realize that Hay weren't going towards her house until the car came to a stop in front of the Cullen house. Not that I mind, but why am I here? Bella asked Jasper curiously. I thought that we could start with your karate lessons today. Jasper said smiling. Really? Bella asked full of excitement. She didn't think they would start so soon. Yeah, really. I think it would be a good outlet after the day you've had. Jasper said, happy that she was excited at the idea. They got out of the car, and Jasper led her through the living room, and into the kitchen, to the door that led to the basement. He opened the door and turned on the light before leading her down the stairs. Bella gasped. The basement had a wooden floor with exercise mattresses on one side and a big mirror on one wall. Wow, Bella said, looking around in awe. Jasper smiled, happy that Bella liked it. He built it especially for her, but she couldn't know it yet, so he said, thank you. This is where I keep up with my martial arts. First thing is, there is a changing room back there. You should find some sweatpants and various tops, which Rose bought for you to change into before we start. Jasper said, pointing to a door in the back. Bella went into the changing room and changed into black sweatpants and sports bra. She felt a little self-conscious, but decided to ignore it for the moment. When she stepped out, Jasper felt like his heart was going to start beating. He has never seen a more beautiful sight before. He had trouble keeping his emotions in check, and he needed to adjust himself so as not to alert Bella to his desire for her. Beautiful, he whispered. Bella blushed, but she could sense Jasper was being sincere. Jasper spent the next couple of hours showing Bella some breathing exercises, and some positions for meditation and to help her center herself. He sat behind her with his legs on either side of her, helping her to keep the right posture. He thought being this close to her might be a problem for his bloodlust. But although she smelled good, it only provoked fantasies of a different kind in him. He had trouble trying to keep his emotions in check, and to not project them onto Bella, especially in the position they were sitting in. And with them constantly touching. He could feel Bella's emotions and he knew she had some desire for him as well, but he knew she wasn't ready to act on it. When they were done, Bella felt a little disappointed that she didn't learn anything that could help her protect herself, but she felt better, more centered. And since it was only the first lesson, she didn't say anything. She trusted Jasper to teach her what she needed to know. She turned to Jasper and gave him a hug and a quick kiss on the lips before going to change back into her normal clothes, throwing a soft, thank you, Jay, over her shoulder. Jasper just stood there frozen. While his body was still, his mind was screaming, she kissed me. Wow, did she just kiss me? She did. She kissed me. Why would she kiss me? That was the best kiss I have ever had. They went back up the stairs and found Esme in the kitchen busy washing some dishes. Hello, dear. Did you have fun? Esme asked Bella. Hi, Esme. Yeah, I did. I feel more centered. Bella replied, smiling. Well, that is good. I didn't want to disturb you for dinner, so I left a plate for you in the fridge. Esme said, smiling. Thank you, Esme. I'm starving, Bella said happily before retrieving the plate and heating it up in the microwave. Aren't you eating, Jay? Bella asked. I'll eat a little later, Angel. But thanks for asking, Jasper said, sitting down next to Bella. Just then Carlisle came in. Hello, my little warrior, he said, smiling. Bella looked at him confused. Hi, Carlisle. Why little warrior? She asked. Well, when we first met you were a little girl who needed love and support to grow, but you've come so far in proving you are a fighter, hence the new name of Little Warrior. Carlisle explained. Bella smiled a beautiful smile. Thank you, I like it a lot. We are very proud of you, Bella. You have come a long way in such a short time, Carlisle said with pride in his voice. Bella went over and hugged Carlisle. Thank you, that really means a lot to me. You have all become like a family to me, Bella said happily before going around to hug everyone. I should probably head home, before my dad gets worried, Bella said, still smiling. Goodbye, little warrior, Carlisle said. Goodbye, Bella. All the others said. Bye, Bella said before following Jasper to his car. The trip home was silent, but comfortable, and soon Jasper pulled to a stop in front of Bella's house. Thank you, Jay, for teaching me and for standing with me, Bella said gratefully. No problem, beautiful angel. Do you want me to call you at bedtime? Jasper asked. I'd like that, thank you, Jay, Bella said, blushing before kissing Jasper on the cheek and getting out of the car, waving before turning and going into her house with a smile on her face. Bella was woken up by the ringing of her phone. She grabbed the phone from the desk and pressed the button to answer it, all the while grumbling about how she wasn't even allowed to sleep late on a Saturday. Jasper, who could hear her grumbling, had to suppress a laugh as to not alert her that he could hear her. He didn't think he phoned too early, seeing as it was after 8. But then again, he didn't know much about human sleeping habits. Hello, Bella said, her voice still laced with sleep. Morning, Angel. I hope I didn't wake you, Jasper said, happy that Bella couldn't see him laughing. Oh hello, Jay. It's okay, it's about time I get up anyway, Bella said, smiling, happy to hear his voice first thing in the morning. She liked the idea of falling asleep to his voice and waking up to it as well. I was wondering if you would like to go out with me today. Maybe go for a picnic at this cute little waterfall I found not too far from our house, Jasper asked nervously. That sounds wonderful, Jay. Give me an hour to get ready, Bella said excitedly. Great, I'll see you in an hour. Just hold on, Alice wants to talk to you, Jasper said. Okay, Bella said, wondering what the pixie wanted. Morning, Bella. I was wondering if you would like to sleep over tonight. That way you and Jasper can take your time on your little date and then you can spend some time with the family tonight, Alice asked, the excitement apparent in her voice. Yeah, that sounds fine, but I'll have to run it past my dad first, Bella replied. Don't worry, I'll phone him and ask him, Alice said happily. Okay, Alice. See you guys later, Bella said, smiling at her new friend, even though Alice couldn't see her. She got up quickly and went into the bathroom to take a quick shower and brush her teeth. When she got back into her room, she stood in front of her closet, her stomach full of butterflies at the thought of going on a date with Jasper. Finally, she decided to just wear jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt, seeing as they were going to have a picnic in the woods. She got dressed quickly and pulled her hair up in a messy ponytail and put on some mascara and lip gloss, not wanting to overdo it. She saw she had about 10 minutes left before Jasper would be there to pick her up, and she decided to phone her dad to check in with him and to make sure that Alice phoned him and arranged the sleepover. She dialed Charlie's number and waited for him to pick up. Hello, Charlie answered. Hi Dad, I'm just checking in to tell you that Jasper asked me out for a picnic and to check if Alice phoned you about me sleeping over at their place tonight, Bella said nervously. She's never been on a date before and she wasn't sure how Charlie would react to Jasper asking her out for a picnic. Hi, sweetheart. Yes, Alice phoned me and she also told me about your date with Jasper. Go and enjoy yourself, sweetheart, and I will see you tomorrow, Charlie said, happy for his daughter. Jasper was a good guy and he could see that his daughter liked him and that he made her smile. And that was the most important thing for Charlie. Thanks Dad. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you, Bella said happily. I love you too, sweetheart. Bye, Charlie said before hanging up the phone. Just as Bella was placing the phone into her small bag, that she used for her phone and some lip gloss, there was a knock at the door. Bella skipped to the door happily, excited to see Jasper. She opened the door smiling brightly. Hi, Jay. Bella said. Hi, Angel. You look beautiful, Jasper said, smiling down at her tenderly. Bella blushed. Thank you, Jay. Bella stepped out before turning to close and lock the door. She followed Jasper towards his car. Jasper opened the door for her and she got in, blushing at the gentlemanly action. Jasper went around to the driver's side and got in. Starting the car, he drove in the direction of the Cullen house. I hope you don't mind, but we need to stop at the house quickly. Just to pick up our picnic lunch and then we can hike the rest of the way to the waterfall. I promise it's not far, Jasper said, looking over to see Bella's reaction. Bella smiled softly before answering, That's fine, Jay. I don't mind. They pulled up in front of the Cullen house and Jasper came around to open her door for her. When she was standing, he told her to wait there and he rushed into the house and came back with a picnic basket, a blanket tucked on top. He took her hand and led her into the forest, following a trail. Bella looked around in awe. She has never been into the forest and everything was so beautiful, yet peaceful. They hiked for a little while before Bella could hear the sound of rushing water and she knew they were nearing their destination. Suddenly trees were thinning out and she could make out a meadow, filled with wild flowers, in front of them. Though it was overcast, the light was blinding as they came out of the forest and Bella's eyes took a minute to adjust. When she could finally see clearly again, she gasped at the beauty of the waterfall. Oh Jay, this is perfect. I've never seen such a wonderful place before, Bella said, her voice filled with awe. Jasper watched her smiling. He could feel her emotions filled with awe, happiness and peace. He was glad that he decided to bring her here for their first date. I thought that you might like it. It's where I come when I want to be alone or if I need to think. The peace really helps to clear a person's head, Jasper replied. Jasper put the basket to the side before throwing out the blanket for them to sit on. Before unpacking various snacks, sandwiches and fruit as well as some bottled water and soda. He handed Bella a bottle of water before taking out a flask for himself. When he opened it, Bella looked at him confused. What is that? It smells funny. Jasper looked at her surprised. He didn't think it was normal for humans to be able to smell blood. It's just some soup, with some of the medicine I drink for a skin condition. I have to follow a special diet and the medicine tastes nasty, so Esme usually mixes it into my soup for me, Jasper replied softly. Bella thought it was strange, but decided to ignore it and just concentrate on enjoying their day together. They spent the day talking and laughing and just enjoying themselves without any interruptions. Jasper was glad that Bella seemed to be more confident and comfortable the more time went by. Bella, Jasper looked down nervously. He didn't know how she would take what he wanted to tell her, but he felt he couldn't wait any longer. What's wrong, Jay? Bella asked, concerned. I think you are beautiful and amazing and I think I'm falling in love with you, Jasper said hesitantly. Bella was shocked. She couldn't believe that a guy like Jasper would be falling for her, but then she became extremely happy and she couldn't keep the smile off her face. I'm falling in love with you too, Jay, Bella said shyly. Jasper rushed over to her and picked her up, swinging her around happily. You have just made me the happiest guy in the world, Jasper said with a bright smile. Bella laughed. I never thought that you would see me that way, but I've felt something for you since the first time we locked eyes, Bella said with a breathtaking smile. They stood staring into each other's eyes for an immeasurable amount of time, their heads slowly moving closer and closer until finally their lips met in a soft kiss. They pulled away smiling before Jasper hugged her to his chest and they stood that way, just enjoying being close to each other, until a throat cleared behind them. Sorry to break apart your peaceful bubble, but Esme asked me to come and get you. It's getting late and dinner is getting cold, Emmett said with a huge smile on his face, looking like a 6-year-old at Christmas time. Bella blushed, but she couldn't help but smile. She was so happy to have Jasper as a boyfriend and be a part of such a wonderful family as the Cullens. Hey, Emmett, Bella said. Emmett, help me pack up quickly then we can head home, Jasper said smiling. Sure thing, Emmett said before, helping Jasper pack up the picnic and folding the blanket. They walked back together laughing and playing as they went. Bella relaxed completely for the first time since she can remember. She felt completely at home and she felt so much love for all of the Cullens that she thought her heart would burst. Getting back to the house, Bella was greeted with smiles and hugs before she was ushered into the kitchen. She sat at the kitchen counter while Esme reheated the plate of lasagna she prepared for Bella. "Sorry we didn't wait for you to eat, but we weren't sure when you'd be back," Esme said, smiling softly. "It's okay, thank you, Esme," Bella said, happily eating the lasagna Esme put down in front of her. "Did you enjoy your day with Jasper, dear?" Esme asked. Bella got a dreamy look in her eyes and a goofy smile across her face. "Oh yes, Esme. It was amazing," Bella replied. "That's good, dear," Esme said, giving Bella a hug, happy that Bella was finding her happiness in Jasper. For so long she hoped that Jasper would find his mate, and she was happy he found her in Bella. After she finished eating and Esme took the plate to wash it, Bella made her way into the living room where the others were sitting. Bella went over to the couch and took a seat next to Jasper, who smiled at her and took her hand in his. The family smiled at this. They were all extremely happy that things were progressing so nicely between Bella and Jasper. They couldn't have asked for a better person to join the family or for Jasper as a mate. Bella raised an eyebrow at everyone. She could guess what was going through their minds. But she was getting uncomfortable with everyone staring. Jasper, sensing Bella's unease, decided to break the silence. "So what are the plans for tonight?" "We thought we would let Bella decide what she wants to do," Alice chirped giddily. Bella thought for a minute when she remembered all the fun they had challenging each other at Emmett's video games. She smiled at the memory. It was one of her fondest memories of her new family. "How about we do that whole video game thing where everyone gets a turn?" Bella asked, smiling. Everyone agreed to that, as they too remember it with fondness. Carlisle smiled, happy that Bella was feeling so comfortable and confident in their home. "Well, you kids have fun. Me and Esme are going out for a while," he said before ushering Esme out the door. They played video games, laughing and having fun until Bella started yawning. She was having trouble concentrating, so everyone decided it would be a good idea to head to bed for Bella's sake. Bella went through her usual nightly routine before calling out to Jasper. "Would you mind singing me to sleep? I've gotten so used to it, I don't think I would be able to sleep without it," Bella asked shyly. "Sure, my beautiful angel," Jasper said, smiling before he started singing. Bella lay in bed listening to Jasper's beautiful voice. She always felt calm and happy when he sang to her. But before long she was drifting to sleep. Jasper stayed a couple of minutes longer, to make sure she was sleeping peacefully before he got up, kissed her on the cheek and walked out of her room, closing the door behind him. He went down to the living room as he knew Edward had something he wanted to talk to the family about. He suspected that it had something to do with the harassing duo from school, but he couldn't be sure. Taking his place at the dining room table, he waited for Edward to begin, when Carlisle and Esme came in the front door, taking their places. "Sorry we are late," Carlisle said. "No problem, Carlisle. Bella only got to sleep a couple of minutes ago," Jasper reassured him. "So Edward, why did you call a family meeting?" Carlisle asked, getting straight to business. "Well, the girls from school that has been harassing Bella is planning their revenge. I don't know when they are planning to do it, but I do know that they are planning to corner Jasper and try to seduce him with Bella walking in on them." Edward sighed angrily. Carlisle frowned at this. "Alice, have you seen anything?" he asked. "Not yet, but I will keep an eye out," Alice replied. "As bad as this sounds, I believe Bella is ready to handle it. She is a lot more confident and comfortable in her own skin, and now that I have declared my feelings for her, and claimed her as my girlfriend, I believe she will be fine if and when this happens," Jasper said confidently. "I do believe you are right, Jasper. She is so much stronger than she used to be, and I watched her tonight, she seems like a whole other person," Rosalie said. "Well then, I believe the best course of actions is for everyone to keep their eyes and ears open and to let Bella handle the situation unless you see that she needs help," Carlisle said. Everyone agreed on this and decided that in order to keep the appearance of being human they should head up to bed for the night. Wishing each other a good night, everyone went their own directions to do their own thing until the next morning. Bella woke up the next morning to a quiet house. Though everyone was still asleep as they all had a late night the previous night. It would be nice if she could surprise everyone by preparing breakfast. She put on her fluffy robe and slippers that Alice bought her on their shopping trip and walked down the stairs softly. When she got to the kitchen, she went to the fridge to see what her options were. She saw everything she would need to make omelets and took out the eggs, bacon, cheese, mushrooms and the bread. Next she looked through the cupboards for a frying pan. She hummed to herself as she worked, and before long she had breakfast prepared and she was waiting for the Cullens to wake up. The Cullens heard Bella downstairs and they know that she was preparing breakfast for herself, and one by one they came downstairs. "Morning everyone. I took the liberty to prepare breakfast, I hope you don't mind," Bella said, smiling brightly. Everyone was shocked when they saw the amount of food she prepared, and they realized she prepared enough for everyone to enjoy a family breakfast. They didn't look forward to eating, but they wouldn't let her down as she had gone to all the trouble. "Thank you, dear, but you shouldn't have," Esme said kindly. "I wanted to do something to thank you all for what you've done for me," Bella said, looking down embarrassed and feeling sad as she thought she had done the wrong thing by preparing breakfast. Jasper, feeling Bella's emotions, immediately went over and gave her a hug, saying, "Thank you, Angel. It looks delicious." He took a plate and filled it up with a slice of toast and an omelet. Everyone caught on quickly and followed Jasper's example. No one wanted Bella to feel bad, and since none of them has ever eaten in front of Bella, they decided that they had to keep up appearances for now. When everyone had a plate, they made their way to the dining room and sat around the table as a family. Bella watched them all expectantly to see if they liked the food. She didn't realize what she was expecting of them. They all took bites and tried to hide the disgust they were feeling at the taste of human food. "This is delicious, thank you, my little warrior," Carlisle said, smiling. Everyone nodded and Emmett even moaned, which Bella took as him enjoying his food, and SMI led brightly before she too started eating her breakfast and chatting happily about the picnic at the waterfall and making plans for the whole family to go sometime in the near future. After breakfast, Esme told Bella to go and shower and get ready for the day since she made breakfast. Bella agreed happily and went upstairs to shower and get dressed. Everyone took this time to get rid of the food that lay heavily in their stomachs. After Bella was finished with her morning ritual, she skipped down the stairs, but missed the last step and fell, scraping her knee and twisting her ankle. She thought she heard a growl, but when she looked up, she couldn't see anything and shook it off as her imagination. Jasper, hearing the crash and smelling the blood, was at her side in an instant. He knew everyone except Carlisle has gone outside to get away from the smell of Bella's blood. Worriedly he asked, "Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself?" "I'm fine, Jay, though my knee is bleeding and I think I twisted my ankle," Bella said, feeling embarrassed. "How do you know your knee is bleeding?" Jasper asked, perplexed. "I can smell it," Bella said, blushing. Jasper looked confused. "Smell blood?" he asked. "Yes, I've always been able to smell blood. It smells like rust and salt," Bella replied. Jasper didn't know what to make of it, so he ignored it and picked Bella up and walked up the stairs at a slow human pace. "Let's get you to Carlisle so he can check your knee and ankle," Jasper said tenderly. When they got to Carlisle's study, the door was open and Carlisle was waiting for them. He motioned for Jasper to put Bella down on the couch. Bella was a bit confused as to how Carlisle knew that they were on their way to see him. He couldn't possibly have heard them from up here. Carlisle pulled her pant leg up gently and cleaned the scrape on her knee before putting a band-aid on. He then gently probed her ankle to see how badly it was hurt. "You were lucky, it's not too bad. Just a scrape to the knee and a slightly twisted ankle. You should be fine by tomorrow if you take it slow today," Carlisle said, smiling tenderly. Bella smiled at him. "Thank you, Carlisle. No problem, little warrior," he replied. Jasper picked Bella up carefully and took her downstairs, before placing her on the couch gently. The rest of the Cullens came in slowly and they all decided to watch DVDs as Bella had to rest her foot. After a couple of hours of watching movies and a lot of snacks being eaten, Bella decided it was time for her to go home. She hasn't seen Charlie since the Friday and she wanted to spend some time with him as well. She greeted all the Cullens with hugs before Jasper helped her out to his car. The drive home was far too short for the both of them, and when Jasper pulled up to Bella's house, they sat in the car talking for a while, before Jasper got out and helped Bella to her front door. "Thank you for a lovely weekend, my beautiful angel," Jasper said. "I really enjoyed it, Jay." "Thank you," Bella said, sad that their time together was coming to an end. Jasper leaned in and kissed Bella softly when Bella threw her arms around his neck and pulled him in tighter, deepening the kiss. Jasper was shocked for a second, but responded back quickly, only pulling away when Bella needed to breathe. "I'll call you tonight, Angel," Jasper said before turning around, getting in his car and driving off. Bella watched him go before going into the house. "Dad," she called out. "In here, sweetheart," came his response from the living room. "Hey, Dad," Bella said, smiling brightly. "How was your weekend, sweetheart?" Charlie asked, happy to see his daughter smiling. "It was amazing, thank you," Bella replied. She couldn't stop smiling. "Have you eaten yet?" she asked. "Yes, thank you," Charlie said. They spent the rest of the evening watching TV and just enjoying each other's company. They didn't need to talk, they were content just being with each other. After a couple of hours with her dad, Bella decided it was time for bed. "I'm going to bed. Good night, Dad," Bella said, yawning. "Night, sweetheart," Charlie said, smiling at her. Bella went up the stairs and got her TNGs before heading to the bathroom to take a shower. She stood under the water relaxing for a couple of minutes before quickly washing herself and getting out. She dressed quickly and went to bed, waiting for Jasper to phone and sing her to sleep like every night. Bella got up the next day, excited and full of energy. She felt like it would be a good day and she couldn't wait to see Jasper and the rest of the Cullens. She jumped in the shower and quickly washed her hair and body. Getting out, she got dressed and decided to blow out her hair. She always liked the way it fell in waves when she blow-dried her hair. She put on some light makeup before going downstairs to have breakfast. When she got to the kitchen, she found a note on the table from Charlie saying that he had to go into the station early but that she didn't have to worry about dinner as he wanted to take her out. She got out some cereal and milk with a glass of orange juice and sat down eating her breakfast, thinking about the wonderful weekend she had at the Cullens. She couldn't keep from smiling when she thought of Jasper and their first date where they declared their feelings for each other. She finished eating and went to rinse out her bowl when she heard the expected knock on the door. She knew it was Jasper coming to pick her up for school and she couldn't help but smile. "It's open," she called out. Jasper opened the door and came into the kitchen when he heard the running water. "Hey, Angel, did you sleep well?" Jasper asked, giving her a peck on the lips. "Hello, Jay. Yes, I slept well, thank you," Bella replied, smiling brightly. Jasper waited patiently for Bella to finish up before picking up her bag and leading her out the door with his hand on the small of her back. When they got outside, he took the key from her and locked the door before handing the key back and leading her to his car. He couldn't help himself, he had to touch her whenever they were close. Bella enjoyed Jasper's gentlemanliness. It showed her how much he cared and everyone could see that he claimed her as his. Bella liked having him put his hand on the small of her back when they walked or when he took her hand and played with her fingers while they drove or whenever they were sitting together. When they got to school, everyone gaped at this new development. They knew Bella was tight with the Cullens, but this was the first time that they saw any physical contact between Bella and Jasper. The girls glared at Bella, not understanding what Jasper saw in a freak like her, and all the guys glared at Jasper because knew they didn't stand a chance with Jasper in the picture. Jasper walked Bella to her first class before handing over her bag and kissing her on the lips. Bella blushed, but couldn't help the goofy smile that crossed her lips. She went to her desk and didn't pay the jealous gossipers any mind. The rest of the day passed much the same way. Jasper met her after every class and walked with her to her next class before leaving her with a kiss on the lips. At lunch they sat next to each other holding hands and staring deep into each other's eyes, not even noticing the glares thrown their way. When the final bell rang, Bella couldn't wait to get out of class and back to Jasper. She missed him every second they spent apart. When she saw Jasper waiting outside the gym, she smiled brightly before running into his arms. He picked her up and swung her around, laughing before putting her down and kissing her gently. He led her to his car and they sped off toward the Cullen house for Bella's weekly piano lesson. When they got there, Esme waited at the front door to meet all her kids and to inquire about their day at school. She told them that there were snacks in the kitchen if they were hungry. Why, before leaving them to do whatever they had to do, everyone went to the kitchen and got some snacks before everyone split to go to their different rooms for a little while. Bella and Jasper stayed in the kitchen while Bella ate some fruit salad and Jasper munched on an apple. They sat there holding hands and talking until Edward came to get Bella for her lesson. While Edward gave Bella her lesson, Jasper sat on the couch in the music room just watching Bella. He was so proud of her progress. If she kept it up, she would be almost as good as Edward before the end of the year. After a couple of hours of learning all the notes, they finished off their lesson and Edward told Bella how proud of her he was. He told her that he believed she would be able to play like a pro in no time at all. Bella thanked him for the lesson before saying goodbye to everyone and turning to Jasper. He led her out to the car and when they were on their way he said, "You are really getting good at distinguishing the different notes. Before long you'll be playing whatever songs you like." Bella blushed at the praise, but she felt proud of herself. "Thank you, Jay," she said. When they got home, Bella asked, "Do you want to come in for a while?" "I'd like that," Jasper said, smiling. They went in and sat on the couch in the living room. They stared deeply into each other's eyes before Jasper leaned in and kissed Bella passionately. Bella moaned and pulled Jasper in closer. Jasper licked her bottom lip and Bella opened her mouth and their tongues did the age-old dance for dominance. Finally they had to pull away when Bella needed to breathe. "Wow," Bella said, breathing heavily. "Yeah," Jasper said. Just then they heard a car pull up into the driveway and a short while later Charlie walked in. "Hey sweetheart," Jasper. Charlie said, smiling. "Hey Dad," Bella said. "Hey Charlie." Jasper greeted him. "Would you like to join us for dinner, Jasper?" Charlie asked. "No thank you, Charlie. I was just about to leave." Jasper replied, getting up. "Okay. Bella, I'm just going to get changed and then we can go." "Bye Jasper," Charlie said. "Bye Charlie," Jasper said before walking to the door. "Okay Dad, I'm just going to walk Jasper out," Bella replied. Bella and Jasper walked out to Jasper's car. Both were sad that they had to part, but they knew it was inevitable and they knew that they would see each other the next day. Jasper took Bella in his arms and kissed her softly. "I'll miss you, but I'll phone at bedtime," he said. "I'll miss you too and I look forward to my usual bedtime song." "I love you," Bella said, hugging Jasper as tight as she could. Jasper was ecstatic that Bella said she loved him first. "I love you too, my beautiful angel," he replied before getting into his car and driving off. Bella turned and went back to the house, but just then Charlie came out. "Are you ready, sweetheart?" he asked. "Yes Dad, I'm ready," Bella replied before turning back around and heading to Charlie's cruiser. They got in and Charlie drove them to the diner. When they got there they got out of the car and headed into the diner. It was quite busy so they got a booth at the back. Sammy, the waitress, came to take their drink orders. Charlie ordered a beer and Bella ordered a Coke. They looked over the menu and decided what they wanted to eat. When Sammy came back with their drinks, Charlie ordered a steak, medium done, with fries and Bella ordered a burger with fries. "I'm just going to the bathroom quickly," Bella said before getting up and walking towards the ladies' bathroom. Someone called Charlie's name and he turned around to see who it was. When he saw one of his friends from the reservation, they started up a conversation while Charlie waited for Bella to come back. He saw one of the girls that he knew harassed Bella at school walk by, but he didn't pay too much attention at the time as he knew she wouldn't try anything with him around. Little did he know that as she was walking by she put something in Bella's drink. Bella came back just as their food arrived and Charlie turned back to the table and they started eating. After a while Bella became very talkative and she couldn't sit still. It seemed she lost her appetite as after the first couple of bites she was just pushing her food around the plate. Charlie thought it was strange and very out of character for Bella, but he shrugged it off due to excitement with her having her first boyfriend and the fact that she was happy for the first time in her life. They finished dinner and Charlie paid the bill and they headed home. Bella was all hyper and flushed, so Charlie suggested she take a shower to calm down a bit. Bella agreed and went upstairs. Bella couldn't understand what was going on with her. She has never been the hyper, talkative kind of girl, and now she was experiencing all sorts of feelings that she had never experienced before. She knew what it was as she has read about it in books before and they learned about it in phys ed. But she couldn't understand why she would get horny now. Jasper wasn't even there and she certainly weren't having any thoughts concerning sex. She stood under the shower for almost 15 minutes and it didn't seem to have any affect at all, so she got out and got dressed. "Dad, I'm just going to go to bed. I don't feel too well," Bella said. "Okay, sweetheart." Charlie rugged it off as Bella coming down from a sugar high due to the coke she had with dinner. Bella went upstairs and got into bed, but she was restless. She decided to phone Jasper instead of waiting for him to phone like she usually does. Jasper was surprised when Bella phoned him, especially as it was still reasonably early. "Well, hello, Angel. Couldn't wait for me to call?" Jasper asked. "Hello, Jay," Bella said softly. Jasper immediately picked up that something was wrong and he became concerned. "What's wrong, Angel?" "I don't know, Jay. One minute I was fine and the next minute I was feeling all hyper and then I was feeling, excited." Bella replied, embarrassed. Jasper sighed in relief. It didn't sound so bad. He thought it was probably her hormones as that was what human teenagers seem to go through on a regular basis. "Angel, it's probably just your hormones that's a bit jumbled," Jasper said. "Yeah, you're probably right," Bella replied, feeling relieved to have an answer as to what was going on with her. "Will you sing for me, please, Jay? It always helps to calm me down," Bella asked. "Sure, my beautiful angel," Jasper said before he started singing. Bella couldn't understand why his singing wasn't helping. But she didn't want to say anything to him. She knew he would just worry about her. When he finished with his song, Bella said, "Thanks, Jay. I'm just going to go to sleep now. I don't feel so good." "Okay. Good night, Angel. I'll see you tomorrow," Jasper said, a little worried. "Night, Jay," Bella said before hanging up. She started experiencing a weird ringing, buzzing in her head and she decided to lie down and try to sleep. She lay there tossing and turning. She was extremely restless and she knew something was wrong. As time went by, she felt worse and worse until she had to run to the bathroom. She started to throw up violently. Charlie, hearing her run to the bathroom, rushed up the stairs to check on her, and when he saw how violently she was throwing up, became extremely worried. This wasn't normal. He rushed back down the stairs and dialed Carlisle's number. "Hello." Carlisle answered. "Carlisle, I need you to get over here right now. Something is extremely wrong with Bella," Charlie said in a rush. "Calm down, Charlie. Can you explain her symptoms to me?" Carlisle asked in his doctor's voice. "Well, we went to dinner and while we were eating she became extremely hyper and talkative. Which, as you know, is quite unusual for Bella, and then when we came home she was flushed, so I sent her up to take a shower. She was restless and just now she started throwing up violently," Charlie said, close to panicking. "I'm on my way, Charlie," Carlisle said before hanging up. Carlisle and Jasper arrived a couple of minutes later with screeching tires. He rushed into the house and up the stairs to where he could hear Bella still throwing up. He could smell the drugs in her system and he turned to Charlie and said, "Charlie, due to the symptoms you described, I'm really not sure as to what is wrong. I'm going to have to do some blood work. In the meantime, have her drink little bits of water or electrolyte-filled fluid, like sports drinks. I'll put a rush on the blood work and I should have the results by morning," Carlisle said before getting to work. Carlisle turned to Jasper and said at vampire speed, "Jasper, she's been drugged. I suspect it's cocaine. You'll have to stay and watch over her." "Sure, Carlisle," Jasper replied at vampire speed, the worry coming through in his voice. When Carlisle was finished, Bella had thankfully stopped vomiting. Jasper picked her up gently and walked to her bedroom before putting her down and covering her up with her quilt. "Charlie, I would suggest Jasper stay here to keep an eye on her tonight as well as tomorrow during the day. I don't think it's serious, though I would feel better if someone was here to keep an eye out for any more problems," Carlisle said. Charlie looked over at Jasper and he could see how worried Jasper was. He knew that he could trust Jasper with his baby girl. "That's fine, thank you, Carlisle," Charlie said tiredly. Charlie walked Carlisle out before returning to Bella's room. He saw that Jasper had pulled the chair next to the bed and he was just sitting there holding Bella's hand. Thank you, Jasper, for being here. Please come and wake me up if anything happens. Charlie said. Sure, Charlie. Good night, Jasper said. Just then Bella jumped up and ran to the bathroom vomiting again. She felt so drained she just slumped back against the wall when she was finished. Jasper picked her up again and carried her back to her room and placed her back on the bed. He went downstairs into the kitchen and got her a glass of water as well as a basin if she needed to vomit again. As he could see, she didn't have the energy to keep running to the bathroom. Jasper felt so angry, he could guess who was responsible for drugging Bella. He just wished Alice had seen it so they could have prevented it. He was happy that Charlie allowed him to stay, but even if Charlie refused, he would have lounged in the tree outside Bella's room to watch over her. Bella spent the whole night throwing up. Almost as soon as she drank a little water she would throw it back up, and by morning she was completely exhausted. She wished so badly that whatever was wrong with her would just pass so that she could get some sleep. Finally she could at least take a sip of water without throwing it back up. This was a good sign to everyone, and when Carlisle came to check on her, he was relieved to hear that she was over the worst. He gave her an injection to help with the nausea and to help her sleep. Carlisle motioned Charlie and Jasper out of the room and he led them to the kitchen. He turned Ed around with a somber expression on his face. Charlie, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Bella was drugged. What? Charlie asked, confused. We found high levels of cocaine in her system. Carlisle said. Do you have any idea how Bella could have ingested it? Charlie thought for a little while before he realized that the girl at the diner must have spiked Bella's coke. Last night at the diner, one of those girls from school walked past our table. My back was turned so I couldn't be sure, but it must have been her. Charlie said angrily. Carlisle was angry that someone would stoop so low as to drug a girl out of jealousy. Is there a way we can prove it? He asked. The diner had video cameras installed after the break in a year or so back. I'll go and check last night's footage to see if I can get anything from it. Charlie said. Good. As for today, I would like it if Jasper could stay and watch over Bella. I do believe she is over the worst, but she is going to be too weak to help herself if she needs anything. Carlisle said. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Carlisle, for everything. Charlie said as he walked Carlisle out the door. When he came back he went upstairs to get ready for work. He stopped by Bella's room to check on her before turning to Jasper and saying, Jasper, please make yourself at home, and help yourself to anything you need. And please call me if there is any change. Thank you, Charlie. And I promise that I'll call. Jasper said with a worried smile. Charlie turned and walked down the stairs and got into his cruiser. He drove straight to the diner. He knew it wouldn't be open yet. But as he was going as the chief of police, he knew the owner would let him in and show him the footage he needed to see. Just as Charlie suspected, Jessica and Lauren were both at the diner the previous night. The one girl handed a white substance to the other, who then dropped it into Bella's coke as she walked past the table. The owner, who watched the footage with Charlie, asked Charlie to please tell those girls that they were banned from the diner. Charlie assured him that he would make it clear to the girls that they were never step foot in the diner again and asked the owner to phone him if they showed up. Charlie then went to the school and asked to see the principal. When the principal asked him to come through to his office, he told the prank pal that Jessica and Lauren both played a part in drugging Bella and that their parents should be called into the school so that they could be made aware of what their daughters have been up to. The principal phoned the girls' parents and asked them to come to the school immediately. While they waited, he also decided that the girls would be suspended for 2 weeks due to drug-related activities. When the girls' parents arrived, the principal told them what their daughters have been up to. They didn't believe him and Charlie got the video and showed them what they did. The girls' parents were shocked, but understood that they couldn't be left unpunished. They agreed that a 2-week suspension and a court order to stay away from Bella was reasonable. Next, the girls were called to the prank pal's office and they were given the chance to explain their actions. They claimed to be innocent until Charlie showed them the recorded video. When they saw the video, they said that they just wanted to pull a prank on Bella and that they didn't mean her any harm. They apologized to Charlie and accepted their punishment, appearing sorry for what they did, but on the inside they were fuming and already started making new revenge plans. Their parents dragged them out of the principal's office and into their cars. They took them to the florist and made them buy Bella flowers and to write out DS to apologize before dragging them home and grounding them for the next month. When the doorbell rang at Bella's house, Jasper was reluctant to leave her, but he trudged down the stairs and opened the door. He was a bit surprised when he saw the delivery guy from the florist, but he signed for the flowers and took it back up to Bella's room. He wasn't fooled by the apology cards and he vowed to keep an eye on Jessica and Lauren. Bella was still feeling dizzy and groggy when she was awake, but she managed to keep more fluids down and she even managed a little bit of soup. Jasper knew it was important for her to keep hydrated and he always made sure that Bella had enough to drink, and he carried her to the bathroom when she needed to go and he carried her back when she was finished. Though Bella was out of it most of the time, she knew Jasper was with her. She could feel his presence close by and she loved him all the more for taking care of her when any normal guy would run for the hills. When she wasn't sleeping she just lay in bed with her eyes closed listening to him sing to her and sometimes he would tell her stories until she would fall back asleep. She couldn't wait until he was better so that she could make it up to him. The Cullen kids couldn't help but overhear what was going on in the principal's office and they all thought that Jessica and Lauren got off too easy. At lunch they talked it over and decided to go and see Charlie after school and tell him about how both Rosalie and Edward had confronted the girls before, but that they wouldn't listen and that they felt Charlie should press charges. They didn't even want to think about what they would try next if they weren't stopped, and they could only hope that Charlie would listen to them. When the final bell rang they rushed to their car and headed into town and toward the police station. When they got there, they demanded to see Charlie right away and they were escorted to his office by the new deputy. Everyone in Forks knew that the new deputy was transferred due to suspicious activity, but nothing was ever proven. Charlie looked up from his computer when there was a knock on his door. He was surprised to see the Cullen kids there, but asked them to come in before he excused the deputy and asked him to close the door. "So what can I do for you kids?" Charlie asked. "We heard about how SSICA and Lauren drugged Bella and that you were only planning on getting a court order against them." Rosalie said. "Yeah, Rosalie. They said it was only supposed to be a prank and they didn't mean any harm. They looked genuinely sorry. And they swore it wouldn't happen again." Charlie said looking at them confused. "Charlie, I personally confronted them when they harassed Bella in the bathroom one day. Edward confronted them in the cafeteria the other day and they clearly didn't listen. They won't stop," Rosalie said getting angry just at the thought of what those girls are planning to do next. "I don't think they will try anything again. I've got the video proof and with them being suspended and their parents being called in, they'll stop harassing Bella." Charlie said confidently. "No, Charlie, they won't. Even after both Rosalie and I told them to stop harassing Bella, they went ahead and drugged her. They will hold Bella responsible for what happened today. Do you really believe they'll just let it go?" Edward Said urgently. "Do you really think they'll try something again?" he asked. "Yes, Charlie. We truly believe that. And we think you should press charges now, to show them. They won't get away with their actions," Edward Said seriously. Charlie sat there, thinking over everything that happened to Bella since she came to live with him. Every time something happened those girls were involved somehow. Except with the incident with Mike Newton. "Yeah, I can see where you are coming from," Charlie said before turning to the phone and calling the DA and explaining the situation to him. Charlie and the DA talked on the phone for a few minutes to hash out all the details and the charges and the DA promised to get the arrest warrants to Charlie within a couple of minutes. "Okay, I'll have to ask you to leave. The paperwork is being filed now and they will be charged with assault, however they'll be out on bail soon," Charlie said. The Cullen kids all got up and said goodbye to Charlie before heading home. They could understand why Charlie wouldn't want Jessica, Lauren or their parents to know that they had anything to do with the charges. A couple of minutes later, Charlie received the arrest warrants and called two of his most trusted deputies into his office to go and arrest both Jessica Stanley and Lauren Mallory. Just when Charlie thought he could take a few minutes to relax, Mrs. Newton along with Mike was shown into his office. "Mrs. Newton, Mike, what can I do for you?" Charlie asked with a scowl on his face. "Morning, Chief Swan. Mike wanted to come and see you. He has something to confess," Mrs. Newton said softly. Charlie turned to Mike and looked at him with a raised eyebrow. He couldn't think of any reason Mike would confess anything after he was caught red-handed in Charlie's kitchen. Well, Chief Swan, I heard about what Jessica and Lauren did to Bella, and I thought it was time you knew what really happened on the day I went over to your house. Mike started nervously. Charlie looked at him confused, but didn't say anything. Well, I got a phone call from Lauren and Jessica. They told me that Bella told them she wanted me to come over. That she would be alone and that she really wanted to get to know me better, if you catch my drift. Mike said, looking down. Charlie was shocked at what Mike was hinting at. He knew what Mike was hinting at. But he also knew that Bella didn't give either Lauren or Jessica that message. A hint of sympathy started to blossom in his heart for Mike. At first I was doubtful, because Bella was extremely shy at school and she didn't interact with anyone, but Jessica said that it was all part of Bella's plan to catch a guy. When I went over to your house and Bella acted all shy, I thought she was just playing hard to get. So I cornered her in the kitchen. Mike said, regret shining through his voice and demeanor. I only realized that I was lied to when I heard they tried to drug Bella. I'm so sorry, Chief. I never would have ever forced myself on Bella if I wasn't made to believe it's what she wanted. Mike said, close to tears. Charlie could see that Mike was truly sorry and that he really believed what those girls told him. He sat in silence for a minute before turning back to Mike. Mike, I believe you and I want to thank you for coming to tell me this. Because of what you told me, I am willing to drop the charges against you, on a few conditions. Charlie said seriously but with a hint of sympathy in his voice. Charlie has known Mike his whole life and he knew Mike was a good boy. Sure, Chief. I'll do anything to make up for my mistakes. I feel really terrible about what I did. Mike said. Firstly, I want you to tell Bella why you did what you did and apologize to her, in my presence. Charlie said, waiting to see if Mike would accept this condition. Of course, Chief. It's the least I can do. Mike said. Secondly, I have a feeling those girls will contact you again to help them with some kind of revenge plan. When they do, you are to come to me immediately. Charlie said seriously. Mike nodded and motioned for Charlie to continue. Thirdly, for the time being, no one but the people in this room is to know that the charges against you are being dropped, or that you told me what happened. I want those girls to think that you would have a reason to get revenge on Bella. Charlie said somberly. If you break any of these conditions, the charges will be refiled. Charlie said, looking at Mike. I understand, and I accept. I have a lot to make up for and I'll do almost anything to prove to you and Bella how sorry I am. Mike said, relieved at getting a second chance. Good. Charlie said. Thank you, Chief Swan. I won't disappoint you. Mike promised. Thank you, Chief. Mrs. Newton said before leading Mike out of the station. Charlie turned back to his paperwork, even more determined to press charges against Jessica and Lauren, who have clearly targeted Bella since the first day of school. Why they are targeting Bella, Charlie couldn't understand. About half an hour later, two deputies returned with Jessica and Lauren in handcuffs and their parents trailing behind furiously. They couldn't believe Charlie filed assault charges. While the girls were being processed, their parents talked to Charlie and tried to persuade him to drop the charges. Charlie explained to them that he couldn't drop the charges. What they did to Bella was considered a serious crime and could be considered attempted murder, but he is only charging the girls with assault in order to teach them a lesson. He also explained to them, since it was a first offense and they were still minors, that they could get away with only community service and probation, if they are lucky. Can you at least release the girls into our custody? Jessica's mom asked, crying at the thought of her daughter spending time in a jail cell. Unfortunately not. They will have to stay in the cell until their arraignment, where the judge will decide if they get bail or not. Charlie said. He could understand how the girls' parents felt. It was every parent's worst nightmare, but he needed to do this in order to protect his baby girl. Though the girls' parents understood that Charlie was just doing his job, they didn't want their daughter's record being tainted for the rest of their lives due to a stupid, teenage mistake. They left the station and went to the Mallory's house to decide what they would do to save their girls. They knew even if they got the best lawyer and he could get the girls off, that this incident would always be on their records and it just wasn't acceptable. They sat there racking their brains for any way to save their daughters' reputations, when suddenly Mr. Stanley jumped up. They could almost see the light bulb on top of his head. The deputy that was transferred here due suspicious activity, we could pay him to make the evidence disappear. No evidence, no case. He said enthusiastically. Everyone smiled in relief now that they had a plan. Mr. Stanley took out his cell phone and dialed the police station asking to speak to Deputy Anderson. When the deputy came to the phone, Mr. Stanley told him that they had a proposition for him and asked him to meet them at the Mallory residence, and the deputy agreed. A few minutes later there was a knock at the door and Mrs. Mallory went to answer the door. She led Deputy Anderson into the living room where the other were waiting. "Deputy Anderson, thank you for coming," Mr. Stanley said. "We want you to make the evidence in our daughter's cases to disappear. And in return we will each pay you $25,000. Mr. Mallory said, getting straight to the point. Everyone watched Deputy Anderson, anxiously awaiting his reply. "Make it $30,000 each and you have a deal," Deputy Anderson said after thinking it over for a minute. "Deal." The Mallorys and Stanleys agreed without hesitation. Unfortunately, the girls will still have to go through the arraignment, but when it comes to going to court the case will be thrown out because of lack of evidence. Deputy Anderson said. "Oh, how long will it be before the arraignment hearing?" Mrs. Stanley asked, close to tears. "It is scheduled for 9 a.m. tomorrow." The deputy replied, "I know you are anxious about your daughters spending the night in jail, but I promise I will make it as comfortable as possible for them," the deputy said with sympathy. "Thank you so much," Mrs. Mallory said, and everyone nodded in agreement. Before Mrs. Mallory walked the deputy out. The deputy got in his cruiser before driving away. He stopped at the diner to get himself a burger before returning to the station. After all, he didn't want Charlie to get suspicious. When he got back to the station, he went into the break room to eat his lunch. Nobody paid him any attention and he knew that his ploy worked. He spent the rest of the day doing his normal duties. When it was time to leave, he pretended to be busy, and when anyone asked him when he was leaving he said that he just wanted to finish up before going home. When the station was empty except for the deputy who worked night shift, he made his way to the holding cells to make sure the girls were comfortable for the night. He then walked to the evidence locker and got the videotape marked Mallory, Stanley. He knew the station didn't have video cameras, so it would be easy to take the tape and walk out the door. He slipped into the bathroom and flushed the toilet just as the other deputy came in. "Well, I'm heading home. Have a good night," he said. "Good night," the other deputy replied. Deputy Anderson walked out of the station, the videotape tucked safely into his jacket. He couldn't believe how easy he just made $60,000. He drove to the Mallory's house, and when Mr. Mallory opened the door he was surprised to see Deputy Anderson standing there with a smug smile. "Deputy Anderson, this is a surprise," Mr. Mallory said. "I brought you the tape evidence for your daughter's case," Deputy Anderson said, holding the videotape up as proof. "Wow, you're fast," Mr. Mallory said. "Yeah, I had to grab the opportunity when it was presented," Deputy Anderson said with a shrug. "Please, come in so we can arrange payment," Mr. Mallory said, stepping aside. He led the deputy to his study, where he proceeded to phone Mr. Stanley, asking him to come over immediately, as Deputy Anderson was there with the videotape evidence. Mr. Stanley rushed over to his safe in his office and took out $30,000 before racing over to the Mallory house. He was led in by Mrs. Mallory and directed to the study. When he got to the study, they proceeded to watch the video, to make sure it was the correct one. When they were satisfied, they turned toward Deputy Anderson. Mr. Stanley took out the $30,000 from his briefcase and handed it to Deputy Anderson, who proceeded to count it before placing it inside his jacket. Mr. Mallory went over to his hidden safe and shielded it with his body, in order to punch in the code, before taking out $30,000. He closed the safe before turning and handing it to Deputy Anderson. The deputy counted it as well before pocketing it and getting up. "Pleasure doing business with you," Deputy Anderson said. They all shook hands before the deputy and Mr. Stanley left to their respective homes. The next morning Charlie got up early, as he had to go to the station early to get everything ready for Jessica and Lauren's arraignment hearing. He got dressed in his uniform and went to check on Bella. She was doing much better, but she was not back to her normal self. When we opened her door softly, he saw that she was sleeping soundly and Jasper was sprawled on the air mattress. He felt very grateful toward Jasper. who has been a huge help to Bella over the last few days. Charlie didn't know how he would have coped if Jasper weren't there to take care of Bella. Charlie smiled before softly losing the door and walking down the stairs toward the kitchen. He grabbed a bowl of cereal and put on some coffee. He finished his breakfast and put his dishes in the sink before walking out the door. Getting in his cruiser and driving to the station. He was happy to see that his deputy had everything ready and the only thing left was to get the girls to the courthouse. Charlie and his deputy went to the cells where the girls were kept, and they were met with a lot of angry words and hateful glares, but they didn't let it bother them. In their line of work it was normal. They handcuffed the GIRLs and walked them out to the cruisers, and although the girls struggled and kicked, they were no match for Charlie or his deputy. Finally they got the girls into the separate cruisers and headed to the courthouse. When they arrived they could see the Mallorys and the Stanleys standing in front of the court with a fancy-dressed lawyer. Charlie and the deputy escorted Jessica and Lauren into T.H. E. holding cell in the courthouse and stood guard there until the girls were called. The whole arraignment only lasted about 15 minutes. The girls pled not guilty, as advised by their lawyer, and they got bail of $10,000 each. The lawyer immediately went to pay their bail, while they waited in the courtroom, and as soon as he got back the girls were taken home by their parents. Charlie sighed in frustration that they plead not guilty, but he knew enough about high-priced lawyers to know that they are cocky bastards who believe they can get their clients off scot-free. Charlie drove back to the station and decided to phone Jasper to check on Bella and to also let him know what happened. Jasper picked up on the second ring. "Hello. Hey, Jasper. How is Bella doing?" Charlie asked tiredly. All of a sudden he felt his age. "Hey Charlie. She is still sleeping, but she is doing better," Jasper replied. "I'm glad she is doing so much better. Thank you so much for taking care of her," Charlie said. "No problem, Charlie. I'll do anything for her," Jasper said. Jessica and Lauren have been released on bail. Though I don't think they will try anything immediately, I would feel much better if you and your siblings would keep an eye on Bella for me," Charlie said almost pleadingly. "You can count on it, Charlie," Jasper reassured him. "Thanks Jasper," Charlie said before hanging up. After hanging up Charlie went to the break room to get a cup of coffee before returning to his office to relax for a little while. Just as he got back to his office, he knew his plans to take a break was flushed down the drain as the DA was waiting for him. "Hey Charlie. Hope you don't mind, but I just popped over to watch the video footage of the Mallory Stanley case so I can start preparing for the trial," the DA said. "No problem," Charlie said and called out to one of his deputies to bring the tape of the Mallory Stanley case out of the evidence lockup. While they waited for the deputy to return, Charlie got the TV and the VCR set up. After about 10 minutes the deputy came rushing into Charlie's office, looking like he has seen a ghost. "It's gone, Chief," the deputy said. "What do you mean it's gone?" Charlie asked confused. "I can't find it anywhere, sir," the deputy said. Charlie and the DA looked at each other shocked before Charlie rushed out of his office into the evidence lockup, the DA not far behind. Charlie searched everywhere, but the tape was nowhere to be found. He checked the logs and the tape was signed in, and after that it appeared it just vanished. Charlie couldn't believe that something like this happened right under his nose. He felt angry and frustrated, knowing that without the videotape they had no case. The DA was shocked too. He knew Charlie was devastated. Not only that something like this happened on his watch, but that the only evidence as to what those girls did to his daughter was missing. "I'm sorry to tell you this Charlie, but without that tape we don't have a case and I'll have to drop the charges," the DA said remorsefully. Charlie felt like crying. How could this have happened? He could only think of one person who might do something like this. But how was he going to prove it? "Yeah I know," Charlie said somberly. He walked the DA out to his car before returning to his office deep in thought. He thought over everything his baby girl had been through and now this. Suddenly he got an idea and he picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello," the person answered. "Carlisle, I need your help," Charlie said brokenly. Carlisle knew by the sound of Charlie's voice that something bad had happened. "How can I help, Charlie?" Carlisle asked concerned. "Can you come to the station?" Charlie asked. "Sure, just let me Aaron. GE with the hospital where they can phone me if they need me." I'll be there in 10 minutes. Carlisle said, hanging up. Carlisle's thoughts were racing, wondering what happened to make Charlie so depressed. He quickly arranged with the secretary where to get a hold of him in an emergency before rushing over to the police station. When he got there, he was taken to Charlie's office. He was shocked at seeing Charlie so pale and depressed. Closing the door behind him, he asked, "Charlie, what's wrong?" "I have a traitor in my police station. The videotape evidence in Bella's case disappeared," Charlie said softly. Carlisle was shocked and angry at the news. "How can I help?" he asked. "I need to have video cameras installed without anybody knowing about it. It's the only way I can catch this bastard red-handed. I was hoping you would give me the contact details of that guy who installed the cameras at the school," Charlie said angrily. "Sure, Charlie, but how are you going to do it without anyone knowing?" Carlisle asked. "I'll take the night shift. I'll tell everyone we are installing a new ventilation system and I need to oversee it," Charlie said. "Okay, Charlie, but please let me pay for the ventilation system. That way your cover won't be blown tomorrow," Carlisle said. "Thanks, Carlisle. I owe you," Charlie said, feeling a little more hopeful. "No problem, Charlie. Bella has come. It'll mean a lot to my family and we'll do anything to help. I'll handle the arrangements and have the workers here by 6, Carlisle said before turning to go back to the hospital. Charlie rang Jasper again and told him what happened and to have him to keep a very close eye on Bella. Charlie also asked Jasper if he would mind spending another night on the air mattress as he would be working the knee GHT shift as well and he didn't want Bella left alone. Jasper agreed and told Charlie not to worry, that he would take good care of Bella, before hanging up. Jasper knew now that the girls were free. They would want revenge and they would want it badly. He just hoped and prayed that Alice would see their plans before it happened. Bella woke up when Jasper's phone rang and she knew it was her father. She wasn't sure what was happening, but she guessed it was something to do with what happened to her. She looked over to Jasper and noticed his eyes were a dark color, almost black, and he had purple bags under his eyes. Like he hasn't slept for days. "Hey, Jay," Bella croaked out, her voice hoarse from lack of use. "Morning, Angel," Jasper greeted back with a smile, glad to have Bella awake. "What's going on?" Bella asked, confused. "Well, Angel, Jessica and Lauren drugged you the night you went to dinner with your dad at the diner and you've been really sick because of it. Your dad found evidence to prove it and had them arrested, though they are out on bail since a couple of minutes ago. Also, the DA has to drop the charges since the evidence disappeared and without it they have no case," Jasper told her, concerned about how she would react. Bella sat there in shock before saying, "Why would they do that? I've never done anything to either of them. And who could have taken the evidence out of the police station?" "I don't know, Angel," Jasper said sadly. He hated seeing Bella hurt. "Jay, have you been here with me since that night?" Bella asked, concerned. "Yes, my beautiful angel," Jasper said, smiling down at her lovingly. "It looks like you haven't slept at all. Your eyes are so dark and you have deep purple bags under your eyes. You must be completely exhausted," Bella said emotionally. She couldn't believe he stayed with her all the time. "I'm fine, Angel. Your dad got me the air mattress, and I've been sleeping here so that I could be close if you needed something. Please don't worry," Jasper said. Bella looked at him concerned, but he looked so worried about her that she let it go for the moment. Jasper did feel the thirst, but he knew he could never hurt Bella. He would do anything for her, even if it meant he couldn't hunt for a couple of days. Bella got up slowly, testing her strength, and though she did feel a little dizzy, she felt she could handle it. She made her way to the closet and got some clean clothes and started walking toward the bathroom. She felt dirty, like she hasn't had a shower in days. Turning at her bedroom door, she said, "Jay, I'm just going to shower quickly. I feel dirty. Take your time, Angel. And please call if you need anything. I'll go down and make you some breakfast," Jasper said. "Thanks, Jay, but something light please," Bella said, turning back toward the bathroom and closing the door. Jasper rushed downstairs and looked through the fridge for something that would be light enough for Bella's stomach to handle. He decided to cut up some fruit for her and arranged it on a plate along with a bit of cheese and a couple of crackers with a glass of milk. He sat down at the table and hummed a catchy tune while he waited for Bella to finish her shower. Bella came down the stairs a couple of minutes later. She felt much better after her shower, but she walked slowly. When she got close to the bottom of the stairs, a wave of dizziness overcame her and she began to fall. She braced herself for the impact, but it never came. When she opened her eyes she saw that she was in Jasper's arms, but she knew he wasn't there when she started to fall. Because she heard him humming in the kitchen. How did he know she was falling and how did he get there so fast? She didn't think she made a sound to alert him. She looked at him shocked. How did you do that? She asked. Do what? Jasper asked concerned. He didn't think she would have noticed in the state she was in, but apparently being drugged has made her hyper-aware of her surroundings. Get from the kitchen so fast and manage to catch me, Bella said, watching him carefully. I was on my way to the stairs when I heard you coming down and then you yelped and I just ran the rest of the way. Jasper said. Bella knew he was lying, but decided to leave it for now. She thought that he would tell her whatever he was hiding when he was ready. Jasper helped Bella into the kitchen and sat across from her at the table. I hope this is okay, Angel. I didn't really know what else would be light enough for your stomach. Jasper said, pointing the plate in front of Bella. It's perfect, Jay. Thank you. Bella replied with a smile. Bella ate everything on the plate and drank her milk, wondering why Jasper wasn't eating. She didn't say anything though, because she remembered he didn't like to talk about his special diet. They spent the rest of the day cuddling on the couch watching movies, with Bella dozing off throughout. Jasper didn't mind though, he knew she needed rest to build up her strength after what she has been through. At one time while Bella was asleep, Jasper took out his phone and called for a pizza for Bella. Bella woke up when the doorbell rang, and watched Jasper confused as he got up and went to answer the door. She caught the smell of the pizza and her stomach rumbled, reminding her that she hasn't eaten since that morning. Jasper came by with a couple of slices of pizza on a plate and a bottle of water, which he handed to Bella. I hope you don't mind, but I can't cook and I didn't want to wake you, so I just ordered a pizza. Jasper said. It's fine, thank you, Jay. Bella said, smiling at him appreciatively. Bella ate her pizza in silence, glancing at Jasper every now and then. She was really getting concerned about him. When he finished eating, she nestled up to Jasper. Before long she felt her eyes close and she drifted to sleep with the thought that Jasper didn't have anything to eat or drink the entire day. Bella woke the next day not knowing how she got in her own bed. The last thing she remembered was cuddling up to Jasper on the couch watching a movie. She rolled over and smiled at the pile of messy blankets on the air mattress next to her bed. She knew it could only mean that Jasper spent the night again. She slowly got up and got her clothes and toiletry bag and went to take a shower and get ready for school. When she got downstairs, Jasper was waiting with a plate of bacon, scrambled eggs and toast. Bella could see her old recipe book open on the counter next to the stove and her heart swelled with love for this incredible boy. No man that was hers. She went over to him and threw her arms around his neck, kissing him with all the love she felt, trying to convey what words couldn't say. She looked deeply into his almost black eyes. And she felt like she could see into his soul. There was so much love in his eyes, but she could also see a lot of sadness, guilt and hurt, and she wished that she could wipe it all away and just leave love, peace and acceptance. Thank you so much for taking care of me the last couple of days. Bella said with an emotional voice and tears of love, happiness and gratitude in her eyes. Always, my beautiful angel, Jasper said, smiling tenderly. They stood there getting lost in each other's eyes, reading each other's souls and feeling each other's emotions. It was like they became one in that moment. Just then Bella's stomach began grumbling, shocking them back to reality. Bella blushed and Jasper chuckled, motioning for her to sit down and eat her breakfast. She ate quickly, and enjoyed every last bite, like someone who has been without food for days. When she was finished, Jasper grabbed the plate and washed it quickly, before taking her hand and leading her out the door into his car, where he opened the door for her before getting into the driver's seat and driving to school. Bella felt nervous. She knew Jessica and Lauren has been suspended, but he didn't know what the other students would do or say. First she got Mike arrested and now Lauren and Jessica. She was sure the other kids would blame her and go out of their way to make her life more difficult. Jasper, feeling her nervousness and understanding why she was feeling that way, sent her a small burst of peace and courage. Bella felt the strange emotions entering her system and thought it strange. She looked over to Jasper speculatively, but he was looking at the road, humming one of the tunes he used to sing for her over the phone. They pulled up at the school and Bella got out slowly. It seemed like everyone was staring at her and a couple of students even smiled and waved at her. Bella was shocked, speechless. That wasn't the reaction she was expecting, but she didn't want a good thing go to waste, so she gave a small smile and waved back. Bella's morning classes passed by with more smiles, waves and even a couple of students greeting her. She felt very confused. They were treating her like she was some kind of hero. When it was time for lunch, Bella and Jasper walked over to their usual table, where Jasper pulled out her chair and Edward pushed her lunch tray over to her. She smiled in thanks before starting to eat. Just as she was about to take a bite, someone cleared their throat behind her. Bella looked around, surprised that anyone actually approached her. "Hi, Bella. I'm Tyler and me and my friends are planning a picnic in the park on Saturday and we were wondering if you and the Cullens would like to join us." A tall, dark-skinned boy asked nervously. Bella stared at him, shocked, before asking, "Me? But why?" Tyler rubbed his neck, a bit embarrassed. "You are like our new hero, Bella. Those two bitches has been making everyone's lives hell on earth," he said, blushing lightly. Bella couldn't believe that everyone was seeing her as a hero and she looked over at Jasper questioningly. Jasper smiled and nodded at her. "Yeah, sure. That sounds like fun," Bella said hesitantly. "Cool. Meet us at the park at 11. Tyler said with a big smile before turning and walking back to his friends. "Wow," was all Bella could think to say. She has always been the freak in school and now she was seen as the hero for getting Jessica and Lauren into trouble. Bella turned back to her food and started picking at it absent-mindedly until Jasper cleared his throat, pulling her from her thoughts. Bella blushed, but started eating her lunch and paid attention to the conversation going on around her. Alice was planning everyone's outfits for the coming picnic, and she seemed more enthusiastic and bubbly than usual. Bella couldn't understand what the big deal was. "It's just a picnic." The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch, and they got up to go to their separate classes. Before Bella knew it, the final bell rang and they headed out toward Jasper's car. When they got outside, Bella was shocked to see Charlie's cruiser parked in the parking lot, and just as she was going to go to him, Mike Newton got in and Charlie drove away. She was confused as to why Charlie would pick up Mike Newton, but she shook it off and continued on to Jasper's car. They got in and drove home to get another shock. Charlie's cruiser was parked in the driveway. Bella got really nervous as this was unusual for him. Getting out, Bella and Jasper walked hand in hand to the house. And when they entered, Charlie called, "Bella, Jasper, can you please come to the dining room?" They walked into the dining room to get yet another shock. Next to Charlie was Mike Newton. Bella didn't understand what the hell was going on and she was getting scared. Charlie, seeing the fear on Bella's face, quickly reassured her. "Sweetheart, Mike is here to apologize and to tell you what really happened the day he came here. You don't have to be afraid, but please give him a chance to explain." "Oh, okay," Bella said softly. She went to take a seat across from Mike, and when she looked up she gasped. His eyes had a haunted look in them and she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. "Bella, firstly I want to say how sorry I am for what I did that day. It was wrong of me and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me," Mike said with so much guilt in his voice that it brought tears to Bella's eyes. Bella couldn't speak because of the lump in her throat, so she just nodded and motioned for him to carry on. "The day I came here, I got a phone call from Jessica and Lauren. They told me that you told them that you were home alone and that you wanted me to come over. That you wanted to get to know me better. If you catch my drift," Mike said, looking Bella straight in the eye. He could see when realization hit Bella and he carried on. "When I got here and you were acting all shy and told me to wait in the living room. I thought you were playing hard to get. At first I decided to play along, but then I got impatient and cornered you in the kitchen," Mike said, for the first time looking down. Guilt and shame clear on his face. "I truly am sorry. I never would have acted that way if I knew you didn't really say those things. Please forgive me and say that we can try to be friends," Mike said pleadingly. Bella was full on crying by then. Mike was just as much a victim as she was, even if he was stupid for believing them. Bella got up and went over to Mike, giving him a hug, saying, "I forgive you. Mike and I'm sorry for hitting you over the head. And I guess we can try being friends. I deserved getting hit, Mike said smiling, relief shining in his eyes. Jasper felt Mike's sincerity and he hated those two bitches even more. He stood up and offered Mike his hand, which Mike shook a bit shocked, but relieved as well, that Jasper offered him his silent forgiveness. Charlie smiled. He was glad he brought Mike to sort things out with Bella. He was happy to see Bella making a new friend. She could use some more friends after everything she has been through. Kate told him on the way over that everyone at school saw Bella as their new hero. Apparently Jessica and Lauren has been making everyone's lives a living hell. Charlie got up and said, "Well Mike, I think it's time to get you home." "Sure, Chief," Mike said, getting up and saying goodbye to Bella and Jasper. After Charlie and Mike left, Bella just sat there, thinking about everything that Mike said. "Are you okay, Angel?" Jasper asked concerned. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking," Bella said. "Want to share?" Jasper asked. "It's just I can't believe those bitches would use an innocent guy to get to me. They don't even know me. Why? Why would they do something like that?" Bella asked, getting angry. "Well, from what I gathered, they are jealous, because all the guys were drawn to you since you started school and they want all the attention focused on them," Jasper said softly, taking Bella into his arms. Bella immediately calmed down. She couldn't understand it, but whenever Jasper touched her she felt calm. She felt like she was finally whole. The rest of the week passed by much the same way. More and more students approached Bella and the Cullens and slowly they were integrated with the rest of the kids from school. Saturday arrived and Bella was looking forward to the picnic. She made a lot of new friends during the week and the Cullens weren't treated like freaks anymore. Why it seemed like Bella could have a normal life, just being herself. Jasper came to pick her up and they went over to the park where his family were waiting for them, before they went over to the spot where the picnic was set up. Everyone was happy to see them and greetings were passed around. Soon everyone was laughing and playing around. Jessica and Lauren watched the picnic from a little way away, and got really angry when they saw everyone having fun. They couldn't believe Bella and the Cullens were invited but they weren't. They decided this would be the perfect time to exact their revenge. They saw a little boy playing with his ball and called him over. They paid him $20 to take a bottle of water over to Bella and tell her that he bought it for her because he thought she was beautiful. The little boy couldn't believe that he could make $20 just by taking a bottle of water over to the girl. She was pretty, so it would be easy to convince her that he bought the water for her. He approached Bella slowly and when she caught his eyes he motioned for her to come over. He held out the bottle of water to her and said that he wanted to give it to her because she was so pretty. Bella blushed, but she thought the little boy was adorable and she didn't want to hurt his feelings, so she accepted the water with a smile. He smiled back before running back the way he came from, happy to have made such an easy $20. Bella was thirsty from all the playing around and she didn't think twice about drinking the water. She returned to their games, but after a while she started feeling funny. She started walking over to the bathrooms and she started feeling turned on. She couldn't understand what was happening, but thought that splashing cold water on her face would help. Just as she got to the bathrooms, a guy grabbed her and dragged her behind the building. Bella could vaguely make out the figure of two girls in the background, but then the guy started kissing her neck and fondling her breasts. It felt really good, but deep down she knew it wasn't Jasper and that she didn't want this to happen, but she couldn't control her body. All of a sudden Bella heard an inhuman growl nearby and the guy disappeared. With him not holding her against the wall anymore, she slipped down until she was flat on the ground. She could feel herself slipping into unconsciousness, and the last thing she remembered was someone calling her name before darkness engulfed her. When Bella woke up she didn't know where she was or even how she got there. The last thing she remembered was the picnic. Everyone was having fun. A cute little boy bought her a bottle of water. She remembers she started to feel funny and she was walking toward the bathroom to splash water on her face. A guy grabbed her and then there was an inhuman roar and the guy disappeared. Then nothing but blackness. Bella groaned and rolled onto her back. She opened her eyes and almost fell off the side of the bed when she saw a pair of black eyes right in front of her. Her heart was racing and she was panting from the fright she just got. "What the hell, Jay? You almost gave me a heart attack," Bella said. Sorry, Angel. I was so worried about you and I couldn't wait to see those beautiful brown eyes of yours. Bella blushed and slowly sat up, noticing she was in an unfamiliar room. She scooted back so she could lean against the headboard before looking back over to Jasper. Where am I? And what happened at the picnic? Bella asked worriedly. Well, maybe you should tell me what you remember and I will fill in the blanks. Jasper said. I remember we were at the picnic and everyone was having fun. Edward and Alice snuck off somewhere for some alone time. A cute little boy bought me a bottle of water, which I drank. After a while I started feeling funny and I wanted to splash some water on my face. Some guy grabbed me and dragged me behind the building and he started touching me. I remember thinking it was wrong, but my body liked it. Then there was this inhuman roar and the guy disappeared and then nothing. Bella said, her body shaking with sobs at the thought of being raped. Now she truly was unworthy, tainted. She had nothing left to offer Jasper. At that thought she started wailing, sounding like a wounded animal. She couldn't understand why someone would do something like this. What did she ever do to deserve this? Now she truly was nothing but a useless piece of trash. Jasper immediately took her into his arms and cooed to her, sending her a small burst of calming emotions. Shish, Angel. He didn't rape you, Jasper said with venom tears in his eyes. His heart was breaking to see his mate in so much pain. He didn't. Bella hiccuped. No, my beautiful Angel, he didn't. Jasper reassured her, rubbing her back gently. Bella sighed in relief. She didn't know how she would have been able to carry on if that guy managed to violate her in the cruelest way possible. What happened? Bella asked softly, not sure if she wanted to know. Well, Angel, we think the water was drugged, but by the time we went back to look for it, the trash cans had been cleaned out. We also can't find the little boy who gave it to you. To ask him where he got the water, apparently him and his family were just passing through town. Jasper said. Oh, okay. And the guy? Bella asked, crying softly. Arlie arrested him and he confessed that he supplied the cocaine as well as ecstasy, which we believe was the drug in the water, but he refuses to say who he was working with. He also confessed that he was going to rape you and stream it onto the internet. We found his camera and laptop set up not too far from where he held you to the wall. Jasper said angrily, a low growl vibrating through his chest. Bella started sobbing at this. She just couldn't understand why everyone was targeting her. Who's saw saved me? Bella asked through her sobs. I did. I got this feeling that something was wrong, and when I went to check up on you I saw the guy holding you up against the wall. I ripped him off of you and accidentally knocked him unconscious. I called Charlie and Carlisle and by the time they got there, the guy was starting to come to, so Carlisle checked on you and told me to bring you here while he and Charlie would handle that guy. Carlisle phoned about half an hour ago to check up on you and to tell me what that guy confessed to. Jasper said. There were so many emotions crossing over his face while he spoke that Bella couldn't make sense of any of them. They sat there, lost in their thoughts for what seemed like hours. Jasper was so angry at himself for not doing a perimeter check, he was so focused on the group they were with that any outside emotions escaped his radar. Bella just sat there, staring out the window. She just couldn't make sense of what happened. Her mind was going in circles, replaying the events and everything Jasper told her. She only came back to reality when Jasper gently shook her. Hey Angel, are you okay? He asked worriedly. Yeah, I'm fine, Bella said, but Jasper knew she wasn't really. He decided not to push her. She needed to work through everything that happened in her head before she would be able to put it behind her. I'm here if you ever want to talk, Jasper said softly, love and sincerity lacing his voice. Thanks, Jay, Bella said. Come on, let's get you something to eat, Jasper said, getting up. I'm not really hungry, Jay, Bella said softly. You need to eat something, Angel. You need to keep your strength up, Jasper said, gently taking her hand and pulling her up. He led her out the door and down the stairs toward the kitchen. Esme stood there holding a plate with a couple of sandwiches and a glass of milk. Here you go, dear. I hope a sandwich is okay. I didn't think you would want something too heavy, Esme said, smiling softly. It's fine, thank you, Esme, Bella said, sitting down at the breakfast bar. Bella, started nibbling on the sandwich, and Esme came over and gave her a kiss on the head, before walking out. Jasper was worried. Bella was really quiet, and though he could understand what she went through was traumatizing, he didn't know what to do to make her feel better. He decided to talk to Carlisle about it later. When Bella finished eating, she turned to Jasper and asked, "See, can I take a shower?" "Of course, Angel. You know you don't need to ask," Jasper said reassuringly and led her back towards his room. He was worried that she would revert to her old self because of what happened. He showed her how to use the shower in his bathroom before saying, "Just shout if you need anything." "Thanks, Jay. Can you maybe get me those fluffy pajamas and slippers that Alice bought me, please? I just want to lie down when I'm done," Bella asked. "Sure, Angel. I'll just leave them on the bed for you," Jasper said, turning around and walking to Bella's room to retrieve her pajamas and slippers. He laid them out on his bed before he headed downstairs where his family, except Carlisle, was waiting. "How is she?" Rosalie asked. Out of everyone, she understood what Bella is going through the most. "I don't know. It's like she's stuck in her own head. She hardly talks. I had to coax her into eating and she's back to asking if she can do something," Jasper said. Everyone could hear the frustration, anger and sadness in his voice. This was as hard on him as it was on Bella. Just give her time. She has been through a lot and she needs to process it. She needs to work through it and decide for herself if she is going to rise above it," Rosalie said softly, venom tears in her eyes. They all sat around quietly. They were worried about Bella and how she would handle what happened. They hoped she would be strong enough to rise above it, but she has been through so much in her young life. After about 20 minutes, Jasper heard Bella calling to him. Thinking she wanted him to sing for her, he rushed up the stairs and toward his bedroom. "Hey, Angel, want me to sing for you?" he asked. "Not tonight, thanks Jay, but can you get me a couple of painkillers and something to drink, please?" Bella asked softly. Not meeting his eyes, Jasper's heart sank and he had to struggle not to show his disappointment. "Sure, Angel," he said before going back downstairs to get Bella some warm milk and some painkillers. He quickly got everything for Bella and returned to her, placing the milk and the painkillers as well as a bottle of water on the bedside table. When he turned to leave the room, Bella asked in a small voice, "Jay, can you please stay with me?" Jasper's heart soared. He was giddy with happiness that she reached out to him, even if it was such a small thing. "Of course, my beautiful Angel. How about I read something to you?" he said. "That sounds great," Bella said, giving him a small smile. Jasper pulled a chair next to the bed and took up the book that Bella had been reading the last time she visited the Cullen house. He waited until she had taken the painkillers, and drank her milk and settled back down before he started reading. Bella wasn't really paying attention to what Jasper was reading, but the sound of his voice helped to soothe her racing thoughts, and soon she slipped into a semi-peaceful sleep. Jasper kept on reading, knowing she felt soothed by his voice. Until he heard 2 cars coming up the driveway. He knew it would be Carlisle and Charlie, so he put the book down and slowly made his way down the stairs and into the living room, taking a seat on the couch. Shortly after Jasper took a seat, Carlisle led Charlie into the living room. Charlie looked over to Jasper and asked, "How is she?" "She woke up about an hour ago and she ate a sandwich, then she took a shower. Asked for some painkillers and she is asleep again. She is very quiet, though," Jasper replied. "That's to be expected after the ordeal she has been through. Just give her time to work through everything," Carlisle said. Charlie looked worried, but said, "I understand. Will it be okay if she stayed over tonight? I don't want to wake her if she only got to sleep now." "That's fine, Charlie. She will be safe here and I will call you if anything happens," Carlisle assured Charlie. "I know," Charlie said with a knowing smile, before saying goodnight and driving away. "What was that about?" Emmett asked, and everyone looked to Edward. Edward threw his hands up in the air saying, "Don't look at me. I can only read his mind sporadically and this was one time I couldn't." Everyone sat thinking about what just happened, but they were at a loss. "So what happened at the station?" Esme was the first to ask. "The guy refused to give up who he was working for, and though we do have our suspicions, we can't prove it. Jasper gave him a minor concussion when he knocked him away from Bella, so he will be fit to stand trial." Everyone was relieved that the guy would be able to stand trial, but they were angry that they couldn't prove Jessica and Lauren were involved. Even if Edward read his mind, they couldn't explain how they knew it. What happened out there? Carlisle asked, not knowing the full story. Only the one that was publicly acceptable. Well, as you know, Rose and Emmett decided not to go, so I went to pick up Bella and we met Edward and Alice in the parking lot before heading to the picnic. Jasper began. I didn't see anything bad happening, so we decided not to do a perimeter check. It would have been a bit hard to explain. Alice continued. I focused on everyone's minds in the group. But I didn't pick up anything bad. They were just thinking about having fun and integrating all of us into their group. With that, me and Alice decided to slip away for some alone time. Edward sighed. I didn't pick up on any malicious intent from anyone's emotions either. A little boy came over to Bella and gave her a bottle of water, saying he wanted to give it to her because she was so pretty. He was only feeling excited and slightly embarrassed, so I didn't think anything of it. Jasper said, hanging his head, feeling he was partly to blame for what happened. This isn't your fault, Jasper. You couldn't have known, especially being surrounded with so many teenagers at once. Carlisle tried to reassure him. Jasper just nodded before continuing. Bella was excited and having fun. She told me she was just going to the bathroom, so I let her. I didn't want to crowd her too much. She wasn't gone long when I felt conflicting emotions coming from her. I went to look for her and I found that thing pinning her to the wall and pawing her. Jasper said, getting angry. He would have killed that guy for what he was doing, but his main concern was Bella. I grabbed him and yanked him off of Bella and he hit his head when he fell, knocking him unconscious. When I noticed Bella had passed out, I immediately called you and Charlie. Jasper finished. He was shaking with all the emotions he felt. Pain, worry, anger and hate. Carlisle went over to Jasper and put an arm around his shoulders, saying, calm down, son. Bella is unharmed and she is safe. I think we should tell Bella about us. Rosalie said out of the blue. Everyone looked at her shocked. Rosalie was always the one to scare the humans away and she was the one who handled the change, the hardest. What? I think she can handle it, and she is bound to find out, being Jasper's mate and all. Rosalie said. Everyone sat quietly thinking about what Rosalie said before Carlisle stood up and said, I think it's a good idea. However, I think we should wait until Bella gets over what happened today. We don't want to overwhelm her. Jasper, she is your mate, so ultimately it is your decision when and where to tell her. I think you are right about telling her. I would be able to keep a better eye on her if she knows our secret, but I will wait until she is better. Jasper said. Just then the most terrifying scream came from Jasper's room and they all rushed up the stairs to see what happened. Jasper, who was first in the room, felt her fear and terror and sent her waves of calm. She was clearly having a nightmare about the events of the day. He rushed over to the bed and shook Bella gently to wake her. As soon as Bella's eyes opened and she saw Jasper hovering over her, she jumped into his arms and started sobbing. Everyone else went their own way, leaving Jasper to calm Bella down and get her back to sleep. Jasper sat down on the bed, pulling Bella onto his lap, reassuring her she just had a nightmare and that she was safe. After a while, Bella started to calm down and pulled Jasper down on the bed next to her. She snuggled up to him and slowly she drifted back to sleep, feeling safe in Jasper's arms. The next week passed by in a blur. Bella remembered going home, going to school, doing homework and cooking for Charlie, but it was like she was on autopilot. She had so many thoughts running through her head and it wasn't about what happened, though it was hard. She got over that after the first couple of days. What plagued her mind was that she knew the Cullens were different. Their eyes kept changing color from gold to almost black. They were extremely pale and all of them were ice cold and rock hard to the touch. They were all extremely beautiful and she knew that Jasper had growled a couple of times when he got angry. These things weren't normal for humans and she tried to come up with excuses, but she just couldn't. She knew she had to confront them and get to the bottom of what they were. Or it would bother her forever. That Saturday she couldn't stand it anymore and she decided that it was time she spoke to them. She picked up her phone and dialed Jasper's number. Jasper was elated at seeing her number on his caller ID. She had been distant for the past week, hardly talking to anyone, and it worried him. Hello. Jasper answered. Hey Jay. Can you maybe come and pick me up? There is something I need to talk about with you and your family. Bella said. Jasper's heart sank. Would Bella tell him it's over? Did the attack break her completely? Sure, Angel. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Jasper said, trying to keep the worry out of his voice. After they hung up, Bella quickly put on her shoes and went to sit on the porch to wait for Jasper. Hence she saw Jasper's car coming around the corner. She got up and walked down the driveway, getting in the car when Jasper pulled up to the curb. Hey, Jay, Bella said, giving him a bright smile, for the first time in over a week. Hey Angel, Jasper said, feeling relieved at seeing her smile. Jasper turned the car around and headed back to the Cullen house. So what did you want to talk about? Jasper asked. Bella giggled before saying, I said I wanted to talk to the whole family, Jay. You'll just have to wait. Jasper couldn't help but chuckle. He was happy to see Bella back to her usual self. They pulled into the Cullens' drive and Jasper turned the engine off. They got out and walked into the house where Jasper shouted for everyone to come to the living room. Everyone was happy to see Bella and greeted her with hugs before taking their seats. I wanted to talk to you all about something. Bella started nervously. Please don't be nervous, my little warrior. Carlisle said with a reassuring smile. Bella smiled back at him, taking a deep breath before continuing. I know you aren't completely human. You all are extremely beautiful, your skin is cold and rock hard. Your eyes chan, ge color, and I have even heard some of you growl on occasion. It's been bugging me the whole week and I want to know what you are. Everyone looked at her in surprise. They didn't realize she was so perceptive and they thought she was so quiet because of what happened at the picnic. Are you sure you want to know? Jasper asked her. Yes, Jay, I'm sure. It's been bugging the hell out of me. Bella said with determination. Okay, Angel. There is no easy way to tell you this, so I'm just going to tell you straight. We are vampires, Jasper said. Bella stared at Jasper, before looking at everyone else. Somehow she knew he was telling the truth, but yet she wasn't afraid. She sat down on the chair behind her, thinking over the things she knew from legends and stories. Why does your eyes change color? Bella asked. Firstly, our eyes are gold because we only drink the blood of animals. Typically a vampire's eyes are red. They darken when we are thirsty, angry, or when we feel lust. Jasper said. Bella nodded to show that she understood before asking her next question. Your skin is cold and hard, why? Well, technically we are dead. We don't have a heartbeat and we don't have blood running through our veins to give us warmth. Our skin is impenetrable by everything except other vampires or werewolves. Carlisle explained. Bella sat stunned for a minute. Werewolves. Yet she knew if vampires existed, other supernatural creatures could exist too. Okay, and the growling and the extreme beauty? Bella asked. Everything about us draws our prey in. Our beauty, our scent, even our voices are made to draw humans. Edward replied. And the growling is to warn others off. Vampires are far more instinctive than humans and more animalistic. We also have super strength and speed. Jasper explained. Again Bella just nodded that she understood. She sat quietly for a couple of minutes, running over everything that's been said. Why do I feel so drawn to Jasper? I feel so safe with him and he always soothes me when I'm upset. Bella asked, blushing a bright red. Everyone laughed before Carlisle explained. When we meet our mates, we feel a pull to them. They can calm us in any situation and they always manage to soothe us and make us feel safe, though the male of our species tends to be more dominant than the female. We can never hurt our mates, and once we have mated, it is forever. So, basically what you are saying is that I'm Jasper's mate? Bella asked. Yes, my beautiful angel, Jasper said nervously. Bella looked over at Jasper and gave him a blindingly bright smile. Everyone let out a sigh of relief at Bella's obvious acceptance. Bella spent the rest of the weekend asking 1,000,001 questions. She wanted to know everything there was to know about vampires, werewolves, and every other supernatural being out there. The weekend went by fast and before they knew it, it was Monday and they were headed to school. Bella was nervous. She knew Jessica and Lauren was expected back at school and she didn't know what to expect. Alice hadn't seen anything, but if they made a spur-of-the-moment decision, Alice wouldn't see it. When they got to school, Jessica and Lauren glared at Bella. Everyone was avoiding them now and they blamed Bella for it. Bella managed to avoid them during the morning classes, but she could feel the glares they shot her way. By the time lunch arrived, Bella had had enough and she decided to confront them. When Bella got to the cafeteria, Jessica and Lauren were sitting all alone at a table close to the doors. Bella walked over to them and asked, "What is your problem with me? You don't even know me and I've never done anything to either of you, so why are you being so mean?" Jessica scoffed and Lauren answered, "You deserved everything we've done to you and more. You've stolen my boyfriend as well as all of our friends." Bella laughed when she heard the juvenile reason for being their target. "I did not steal your boyfriend and you don't have friends because you are so mean. You two are petty and jealous and just because I'm a better person than the both of you combined, you decided to target me. You're not even worth my time," Bella said, turning away to walk back to where the Cullens were waiting for her, with proud smiles. Just as Bella had her back to Jessica and Lauren, Lauren jumped up and pulled Bella back by her hair. Low! Ren knocked Bella back and Bella fell, her head hitting the table, leaving her dazed. When Bella tried to get up, Jessica kicked Bella in the side and Bella fell down again. By then some of the students had run out to call the principal. When Jessica and Lauren saw him, they told him how Bella started the fight and they were just defending themselves. The principal asked two teachers to escort Jessica and Lauren to his office and have his secretary call their parents as well as Chief Swan. The principal then went over to check on Bella. She had a nasty gash to her head and she was holding her side where Jessica kicked her. The principal helped Bella up and walked with her to the school nurse so she could put a temporary dressing on Bella's wound until Bella could be taken to the hospital. And they were finished with the nurse. The principal asked Bella what happened and she told him everything. He asked her if she would mind coming with him to his office to sort out what's going to happen before going to the hospital, and Bella agreed. When they got to his office, Charlie and both the girls' parents were waiting. Charlie gasped when he saw Bella and rushed to her side, asking her if she was okay. She confirmed that she was okay, but that she would need to go to the hospital when they were done. Everyone went into the principal's office and he explained to them that they were Kae and because of a fight between the girls. He explained what both parties told him and said that they had videotape evidence and that they would all watch it together to see who the guilty party was. He then proceeded to log on to his computer and bring up the video recording of the time in question, and they all saw and heard what happened. Charlie was looking at Bella with pride in his eyes. His baby girl was growing up and moving past everything that happened to her. The Mallorys and Stanleys looked at their daughters with anger shining in their eyes. They thought they had taught them that if you wanted revenge, you got it in untraceable ways. This is the second time the two of you are in serious trouble, but it's the first time on school grounds. I'm going to suspend each of you for a month. Now if this happens a third time you will be expelled, the principal said with a serious look in his eyes. Bella, would you like to press charges? Charlie asked her. No, Dad, Bella said softly. Charlie wasn't happy about it, but he decided to abide by Bella's wish for now. Charlie got up and helped Bella up and walked to the door. He opened the door and let Bella walk out in front of him, and when he turned to close the door, he saw the girls glaring at Bella with an evil glint in their eyes. He knew they would try again. Charlie helped Bella out to his cruiser and opened the door for her before going around and getting in the driver's seat. He started the car and drove to the hospital. When they walked through the doors, Carlisle was waiting for them. Jasper called, he said before leading them into a cubicle. Carlisle checked Bella over, stitching up the gash in her head, before saying, "Nothing is broken, but you are going to have a nasty bruise in your side. It's going to be sore for a couple of days. So take things easy." Bella just nodded and Charlie said, "Thanks, Carlisle." Carlisle nodded and waved them off before returning to his duties. Charlie drove Bella home and helped her up the stairs so she could lie down for a bit. He then went to his room to get a almost forgotten slip of paper with a telephone number on. Charlie went downstairs, grabbed the phone and dialed the number. It picked up on the second ring. "Charlie." The person said, "You said I'll need your help and that I'll know when to call I need your help." Charlie said, "We'll be there in a week." The person said before hanging up. Charlie just shook his head before leaving a note for Bella saying he went back to the station and to call if she needed anything. The end. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe our channel, we are very close to a milestone of 1000 subscribers. And do let me know your reviews in comment section.